Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my
in my village, I was doing MC one day and they called somebody and said MNI. Somebody asked what's the full meaning of MNI. So two guys were arguing. One was saying his wife is Idoma. He said, no, his wife is Igbo. He said, hey, that's why they call him MNI. He said, what's the meaning of MNI? Married to no indigene. We like to very specially acknowledge in absentia, very specially, the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, herself a very dedicated supporter of this organization. We'd like to acknowledge the presence in absentia of AIG Dr. Aishatu Abubakar Baju, President, Veterinary Council of Nigeria. She will soon be with us, I believe so.
Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence, in absentia rather, Dr. Gani Enahoro, MNI.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this personality, I believe strongly, will be joining us. But as you know, Farmalat will not be 1 minute late. It's one of the principles of the organization. We'd like to acknowledge the #1 veterinarian of our association, the president of Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, Dr. Moses Arokoyo. Let's put our hands together for him. I believe he will be with us, and I'm sure even those who will not be here will join virtually.
Also, we would like to acknowledge this morning the senior pastor of the Holy Hill Church, Pastor Sunday in absentia.
We also acknowledge and welcome, we believe they're going to join us shortly. We acknowledge Dr. Celine Bilolo. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Celine if she's here. She's yet to arrive. Go ahead.
All right, so joining us virtually, we'll be acknowledging the presence of Mr. Paul Inyadika. Can we clap our hands?
So for those people who would say, let us know when the event has kick-started, please do well to tell them that we have started long time ago. Someone should let the CEO and founder of Farmalat that we are about to take the opening prayer. And if he's around, it will be better so that he will be covered in the prayers. But let me also say that the team that has been put together to move Farmalat to the next level is such a wonderful team. Please, can you put your hands together for yourselves? The visibility is wow. You know, one thing is to have an organization, another thing is for people to know about it. And you're doing very well. Even in my village, they know Farmalat. When they get alert, which of the alerts? We just tell them it's Farmalat now. Because if you sell any product from your farm, whatever you get, what is that?
Farm alert.
Exactly. So that is why we are here, and we are not tired of supporting the little way we can. So it seems there is no music interlude. But if there is, let's have musical interlude.
Media, can you please give us soft music?
the shade, turn out the light, love me. Though I travel far.
Let's just exercise a little more patience as we await the CEO, Farmalat Limited.
Are you moderating today? My pictures were so beautiful. I'm obsessed with those pictures. That poetry farmers workshop.
Thank you, media. Yes. We apologize for the little break in transmission. It was due to power outage from public source, but we have switched over to generator. At this juncture, I'd like to, in a very special way, introduce to us the man behind the planning of even this event. My mic is low. You know, reach to introduce CEO. We want to acknowledge and introduce to us this morning a graduate of the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, the one man who bidded and won Kogi 2019 conference, the former chairman of NVMA Kogi State Chapter, the youngest member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, and the CEO of Farm Alert. May I request us to give a standing ovation to this young man, Dr. John Femi Kayode. Thank you very much. May we take our seats?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is our open prayer, and to do so is no other person than the Chief Internal Audit Farm Limited, Mr. Monday Okolo. Can we put our hands together as he comes to the podium to take us in the opening prayer?
Can we be in the mood of prayer this morning? Be on your feet. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you this morning for the privilege to see this day. Take all glory, take all adoration in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we are here this morning to celebrate 5 years anniversary of Farmalat. May your name alone be glorified for everything you have done for us in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you for your provision. Thank you for your faithfulness. Take all glory, take all adoration in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, as we are here this morning, we ask that you come and take permanent control upon all our activities this morning in the mighty name of Jesus. Every satanic agenda concerning this gathering this morning, we cancel it in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, faithful God, because you have done it. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okolo, for that one. Next on our agenda, and I have the privilege to do so, the country managing director, Farmalat Limited, Miss Grace Samuel, for the opening remark. Can we have our hands together for the country managing director, Miss Grace Samuel? Miss Grace Samuel, the country managing director of Farmalat Limited, we're waiting for you. Thank you. Please
Let's put our hands together for the country director. And the country is Nigeria. Oh.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. And I welcome you all to this auspicious occasion. All protocols duly observed as I stand on the existing protocol. So, Farmalat is 5. It's been a long journey of 5 years, and it looks so short that we're already 5 years. And really, we don't take this for granted. So many took off and never got to 5. We are here today at 5 and looking forward even to many, many more years. And so we have explored, we have tried out things, we have experimented, and we are still experimenting while we progress. We have come this far because of every one of you present and online and absent. It's a learning period. We see challenges daily, but we take them by the ones. And thanks to the kind of CEO we have, who is ever daring, we couldn't have come this far without you, sir. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for daring. Thank you for not looking back. And thank you for not being afraid or even to fail forward. So, we are here to celebrate 5 years. Thank you, every one of you, for your input, for your contribution, for your sacrifices, for your guidance, for your advices. Our board of we duly acknowledge you. Thank you for accepting to be on the board and to help us chart the pathway. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. So today, as we mark the 5th year anniversary, we're looking forward to also marking 20 years to come, 100 years by the time we click century, and the Farmalat brand all over the world. I'm sure some of us here, or most of us, will have been gone. And just like Coca-Cola and the rest, it will keep rolling. And the only farm that gives alerts in the whole world will keep giving alerts. So I welcome you once again. Do have a most memorable time, and thank you for coming. Happy anniversary, Farmalat.
Let's put our hands together for the country managing director, Farmalat, in the personality of Grace Samuel. Thank you very much. Let's clap again. Emma, she said Farmalat go there like Coca-Cola.
Yeah, so
Go give us 2 bottles of Coca-Cola first. We now go on to the next item. which is the journey so far. This is going to be headed by the media team, and we are going to sit back to take a look at how far we have come, the ups and downs, and how we have arrived at this destination. The media, are we ready?
Yeah, media is ready for us.
Okay. Let us disappear. When I saw in the beginning, I remember the first DNA in the Bible. In the beginning was Farmalat. Farmalat was with Femi Kayode, and Femi Kayode was Farmalat.
All right, so on the 26th of November 2019, we opened up our first store, although a retail store, but because sometimes you start something big from where you are, we had a global vision, but we started from more like a veterinary clinic with a retail store in Eleko in Lagos.
We had some funds. We had about, give or take, 2 million naira to start the business. We rented a store for 500,000. We did some demarcations, the lab, the pharmacy, and then the administration with like 500,000. And then we did some other jobs. And we were left with just 300,000 naira to buy stock for the business. And then that's how we started.
I remember vividly the joy on our face the day we opened up to customers to come in. And I think we ran that phase for almost a few months. We got some immediate traction. And by 2021, we were set to start expanding. Because what drove the first opening in Eleko then was that communities exist without animal health care centers that are operated in an excellent fashion. If we can create this one and we run it successfully, then we can go to other communities.
My name is Precious Anazde, and I worked with Farmalat in 2019. I worked as a customer care representative, and I also managed stocks and made sure that the accounts balanced. My time at Farmalat was great. The customers were amazing. We grew when I started at Farmalat, it was just the one store at Soralum Filling Station in Eleko. And by the time I left, in the space of 18 months, we had a new branch at Ekpe. And one thing that stood out for me that was very significant in my stay at Samalat was that Dr. Kaede was always casting the vision, always holding trainings, and just letting us know where the store was going to, having our buy-ins and all that, and that was very significant. And since I've left Farmalat, those are some of the things that I've taken with me that have helped me in my current career path. I've used vision casting over and over again. I have a growth plot for my life and for the places that I walk to. I set my goals and I aim to achieve them because of these experiences. It was such an awesome time, great colleagues, great work environment, and yeah, overall, it was good. Bye.
Last week I was looking at my jotters and I saw that I wrote then when we started that first store that then we're combining Vetpro and Pamela, that Vetpro will be about the largest retail chain of veterinary stores across the country. And I was surprised that I wrote 500. So we're going to have 500 retail centers as chains of veterinary clinics across the country. But again, that was the force that drove us to open the second center, which was in Epe, still in Lagos. Then we opened Elerambe, so that's about our third retail center. Then we opened in Ijebu-Ode. And I think in one of those locations also, we had about 5 retail centers there. So it was, I think, when we got to Ijebu-Ode, I realized what it took, what it will take, right? Having a lot of people, the capital nature of having retail centers. But I think what broke me down was that my leadership wasn't strong enough then to manage those 5 centers. I was constantly breaking down, getting home late. My wife was pretty very worried around my health and a few things around me then.
One thing about Dr. Femi Kayode is the fact that he's a go-getter. He's somebody I call an idea kind of human being, an idea person, he's an idealistic person. He's somebody that he can sleep and wake up with an idea, and the next thing on his mind is execution. Not minding if it's going to choke him up, or if it's going to, bring him stress or bring him down. And that's one thing I admire about him, because he's someone who doesn't take no for an excuse. And then, when the business started and, we had to do everything ourselves, it took a toll on him and his health, and I was really worried. I had to tell him to take a break. I had to ask him and beg him to take a break, which he declined. And this is just for a singular reason. He did not want to feel again. He did not want to disappoint the community again. So he put himself out there, irrespective of however he was feeling or however his health was.
So I asked myself, and I'm always accustomed to the fact that I sit down and, up till now I do it. I ask myself, is this thing working? So I said, if we own 5 retail centers and I'm this stressed, what will happen? If 5 becomes 500, it means I will melt, right? And you will not find me anywhere among those retail centers. Because the funny thing, I was waking up, although I wanted to transform animal health, but I was waking up with quite a lot of worries those days. But something transformational happened when we got into one community. We met somebody, and that was in Ijebu-Ode. We met somebody in Ijebu-Ode that was already serving that community. The moment he heard that we were coming into that community, he got worried, and then we had a lot of agitation. So I wasn't just thinking about how do I grow this business. I was also thinking about how do I outcompete someone. So, but I was already an Ashoka fellow, and Ashoka taught us a lot around collaborations. So I asked myself, instead of competing with this person, how can I help him instead? And that was when the idea around owning distribution centers was born. So why don't we, first of all, I was stressed. Secondly, there was competition. Why don't we have centers that support these people who support the community. Right? It just simply makes sense. That was a whole lot of an aha moment for me. I just felt like, don't compete, collaborate. So, but again, how do we now start this whole thing? How do we get to distribute? Having a veterinary store was capital intensive. Having a distribution center was a lot more capital intensive. And at this moment, I really want to thank BI, Boehringer Ingelheim. Boehringer Ingelheim has been our biggest support. I really can't imagine what we would have done or where we would have been without the support of BI. They gave us a grant fund, 50,000 euros. That was quite a lot of money, right? We picked up that 50,000 euros. We experimented a little bit during our pilot phase. They thought it was successful, and they gave us a whopping 150,000 euros again. So it was quite easy to start the first distribution center because of the funding we got, and we experimented. Abuja turned out to be immediately very successful, but unfortunately, again, we got more demand of what we were doing. The margins were small, we got more demand, so we were breaking down. And that began a very stressful 6 to 8 months journey for us. People calling us, getting disappointed. We could not replenish our stuff. We were almost breaking down, and it was pretty very tough.
First of all, I want to do a shout out to BI. I want to say thank you for all their support, because the brand, the global brand we are seeing today is courtesy of Ashoka and BI. And this is because they bought into the idea, and then they saw the hard work we had put in, and then they supported us full time. But prior to before the support came, it was a roller coaster of struggle, emotion, and thoughts. Because Dr. Femi Kayode is somebody that doesn't like to fail. I'll say it again. So for the time being, when we were expecting, what we were expecting, I saw him, like, it shook him to the marrow. It shook him a lot. It shook him. The pressure was high, and then people started talking again. But when you have faith is evidence of things hoped for and substance of things not seen, they were faithful that these people, our sponsors, were going to turn up for us, and then we are glad that they have supported us this far.
Again, we said we're going to open more distribution centers, just like the way it happened with retail centers. We were breaking down, now we're breaking down also. One of those days I said, okay, so let's close the retail centers, let's concentrate all our efforts on the distribution center. And so we did, but even at that, we could not cope with the demands that were coming. Our overheads were high, and it was really a very stressful period for us. Then BI came in again. And that's why, our story in Parmalat, our journey, won't be complete without the help of BI. So we got the big funding. And now we think we can cover the entire Nigeria. We have around 6 distribution centers now. We have in Abuja, we have in Lagos, we are ramping up Ibadan to be a mega center. We have in Kano, we have a distribution center in Kano, we have in Taraba. And to mark our 5th year celebration, we're launching open on the 3rd, our Port Harcourt center. I believe that by the time you'll be watching this video, we should must have started distributing animal health solutions in Port Harcourt.
And I remember Dr. Kayode Femi. He came to Kaduna, and that was the last place I was working with, Vetco Diagnostics in Kaduna. So he came to learn some of the, the laboratory techniques, because he had plans to open up an animal laboratory outlet in Lagos. So he came like just to understudy what we do and how we carry out our procedures. And it was a welcoming, I think that was the first time I met him, other than the fact that I knew that he was the youngest sitting member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. And it was really a pleasure to, finally put a face to the name. And then after that, my boss then, Dr. Usman, reached out to me to say, Dr. Kayode is going to call you. Dr. Kayode was doing one program on YouTube. I can't remember the name. Masterclass. So Dr. Usman asked me to come on board as the guest veterinarian to talk about laboratory procedures. I was nervous as hell. It was like, God, how can I be on camera? I'm going to be on YouTube with millions of people watching. Or Dr. Kayode, Doctor, you'll be fine. Lick it up. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just get prepared. Make sure that your scripts are ready. You're even going to, and then I think what got me was like he said, you're going to show us like a live practical session of maybe sample collection or something. I was like, God, how do I even, how do I compose myself to do this? But yes, I did. And that was my first time on camera speaking to the veterinary community. And I confidently was able to collect the samples and also display some of the laboratory technique procedures. Anyways, fast forward to when I started working with Farmalat. We got talking and I told him that I've resigned from my previous state. And he was like, oh, okay, so what's your plan? I said, I don't really have any, I just want to rest for now and then re-strategize and then come out. He said, I have a job for you. I said, okay. We scheduled a meeting, I think 3 or 4 days after that conversation. And he told me this was what he wanted me to do, community engagement manager for Farmalat. I'm like, God, what is even, that's like the first time I heard of that portfolio, community engagement manager. I was like, what am I going to do? What was my job description? I was just anxious and restless. I remember my husband saying to her, wait and see your employment letter, and then I'm sure your job description will clearly be stated. And then that was how I started. It was a journey it was an undulating journey, up and down. At the beginning, I remember how fast my heart would race when it's time for end of month review meetings. Oh my God, I remember the first month, I'm sure they were like patting me on the back. They're like, baby girl, go to sleep, you'll be fine. And then the second month, and then the third month, I received the buzz of my life. And then I was like, God, I panicked. I think I was even angry. I think I even wrote a resignation letter. I did. Showed my husband to help me vet that I'm resigning. I'm not going to do it. Show me I'm trying my best. Can't you see that I'm trying? My husband said, you are trying. But if this is what he wants you to do, I cannot do it, then you're not trying in this. So why don't you align everything you're doing with what he wants you to do? Be result-oriented. This is the result. I remember then Dr. Kayode would say, numbers. The numbers are not adding up. And I'll be like, even if numbers are not adding up, can't you see that I'm working? But then I'll ask myself again, if you don't have data to show, how many people will you tell on the street that I'm doing it? It has really been a nice journey for me, honestly, like a journey of growth, literally. I met amazing people who treat each other as family. Though I work remotely, I'm that one staff that works remotely, but I feel connected to every other physical employee in Farmalat. Farmalat has been an integral part of my growth. It has given me this confidence. And these days, like I speak and I don't even care who is listening, right? That stage fright is gone. That audience fear is gone. And you just are vocal and you can express yourself. You can communicate clearly, either verbally or orally. So for me, my journey in Farmalat has been an amazing one.
I started Farmalat as the only associate, we call ourselves associate here in Abuja, only person. So I was just working remotely until we finally moved to Abuja. So Farmalat is a place where you learn, you work, and you learn. So I've been able to learn a lot, to be a leader, to grow, and to be focused. The experience so far has added a lot of impact in my life, I could see visible changes in the way I think, the way I talk, the way I solve problems, and the way I handle tasks.
Started as an accountant, and I struggled a little because I've never really worked as an accountant in a firm that is profit making. So where I worked last, it's a non-profit making organization. So when I came, it was a bit of struggle for me. I had to put accounts together. I remember my first task was to prepare financial statement for 2021 and 2022. Doctor gave me 1 week. I could not sleep. I worked overnight. It was really stressful, but it stretched me. And I had to research it on a whole lot of things that I had no idea. You know, what you learn in school is not really what you do in real life, right? So I had to struggle with a lot, but my reports kept improving. I kept working on it. I had to put together a Google Sheet for a monthly report just to bridge a lot of gaps, to work on risk, and you know, it's just a whole lot.
Farmalat has really been it has really have a huge impact in my life, because I can't say, apart from just working here in Farmalat and then giving them my own input, I think I've had a lot of input more from them, because so many things I'm learning today, so many things I'm gaining today are even more than what I'm being paid for, because especially our CEO is intentional about our growth. You understand, in terms of our experience, in terms of what we want to do, in terms of our exposure, is very intentional, and it really
get closer to people in order to feel what they feel, to be able to relate with them better and also to lead better.
Oh yes, Farmalat has really done a lot for me. I thank God before now I never even knew I would be in Abuja. Not to even talk of bringing my family. But I came to Abuja this, and I'll continue to be grateful for Farmalat. I've decided to even drop my CV. I'm no more looking for anywhere. This is my last bus stop, my last destination. I am okay where I am, and I believe Farmalat will grow more than this again. That one day all this will come an issue for us, and we'll live to enjoy this.
Farmalat has impacted my life in some ways. Then that I have to grow, I have to stay where I am always. Every day I have to see new things that will push me ahead.
Again, the owner of Farmalat, as Farmalat helped me, because where I did before God said, the change now they collect for that my former fucking place. But as I come enter Farmalat, and again I bless. Farmalat bless me, God bless me. Thank you, sir. I well done. I will try. Thank you, sir.
It's been a journey filled with a lot of learning, growth, and how do I put it now? Love, yeah, because I mean I've met very great people. So with what I'm doing now, right, I wouldn't have actually believed I could be someone who would want to focus on customer satisfaction or marketing or even the vet business generally, because while in school I was actually that kind of person. If I enjoy surgery a lot, I did enjoy surgery a lot. And I really thought after school that was what I was going to venture into. But I mean, look at me. What I'm doing now, I really enjoy doing it. I love to talk to people. I love to see that I'm talking to you and then all of a sudden you're picking a product because we had a conversation about this product, and then you feel that it's something you can actually take home or take to your pet store, and then you sell it to your own clients. So it's been an amazing journey of growth, and I am happy to be in Parmalat.
I think Parmalat is pretty very comfortable now. Nothing is stressing us. Maybe by the time we start going to other African countries, we could be a little bit stressed, but we have enormous responsibility on our shoulders to ensure that all agro-vet stores, all veterinary clinics across the country at least can depend on us for the infrastructure that we've built to have all their animal health solutions and both vaccines, both drugs, both feed, both accessories, equipment that we all need. The journey has just started for us, and of course, we're going to take it to where it needs to be until we become a pan-African company that is providing Africa's largest infrastructure to supply animal health solutions across the continent. I'm not sure if I want to end this talk without talking about the amazing associates that we have. So one day I sat down and I asked myself, so what do people think about me? Am I stressful? Am I mean? Am I, sometimes you fall into some identity crisis where you bother about what people think. And but I think what drove me into asking myself those questions was, we can literally go far with the right set of people around us. And we would not be able to have the right set of people around us until I be the right kind of leader that the business deserves. So I was a lot more introspective around what impact are we having? Do we have the right set of people? Are we growing? So it's safe to conclude that we are where we are because of the quality of people we have, their dedication, their commitment. I said in one of the meetings, we're a young group of people that is self-governed, right? The average age of people working in Parmalat is 25. To have that level of average age and have us supply or be the backbone of over 1,000 agro-vet stores, soon to be 6,000. One of the top grants in animal healthcare in Nigeria, and I presume within another 1-2 years in Africa. And to have this young set of people, self-governed, disciplined, committed, what else do you want to ask God for? So today I want to say thank you to all who committed to the journey.
The best part of you is you don't have to try. You are magnificent the way that you are. If I had to choose, I'd choose you all again. The best part of this is that you are mine. The best part of this is that you are mine. The best part of this is that you are mine. You are mine. Oh, yeah. Da, 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 da.
The ego has landed though. Let's put our hands together for Parmalat. There is something I wanted to say, but before then, I want to acknowledge one man. When you talk about veterinary entrepreneurship, you cannot keep him aside because he saw this more than 30 years ago and dared not to take the white collar jobs and decided to practice. And one of the greatest things that has happened during his practice was when he was lifted to go and treat one dog. Okay, Shane Snake been by the dog. I will day for this veterinary practice, yeah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge very seriously a mentor who has mentored a lot of veterinarians. Himself, CEO of GanRovet. He is a member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. And by the grace of God, I have the honor and privilege to acknowledge Dr. Gani Enahero, MNI. If you observe, all the MNI, they are wearing tie that's crossing line like this, like they are contesting 27.
All right, next on our agenda, we'll be having a presentation from the lead veterinarian, data and research, Farmalat, Dr. Eugenia Ishako. She will be giving us a presentation on our project, driven.
Sorry, before that presentation, Ima, go and take tea. Go and take tea first. You're not seeing where. I want to invite the country managing director of Farmalat to please come out for a little presentation. But before that presentation, have you noticed that everything in Farmalat is growing, but the hair on Femi said it's refused to grow? Even on his 40th birthday, you no cover cap, we wear agbada, no cover cap, hair still no grow.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'm back in your face again. We've just gone through a short documentary on the journey so far. For those of us that are tech savvy, or at least every one of us, you have a phone or laptop, any gadget at all. There is something called brain box, right? Even in a car. Good. So far, my lad have one. So I'm here in my capacity as an associate. Just wanted to appreciate our CEO like no other. I'd like to invite all the chiefs upstage. Please come up. You see, without the brain box, every other thing would just be a shadow, a design, an image, a picture. So to the brain box of Farmalat, thank you so much for ensuring that the brain box is always active. We won't be here today without it. We thank you for your leadership. And on this day, we join even to celebrate Farmalat and to celebrate you. So on behalf of the entire associates of Farmalat Global, now we are in Nigeria, we're looking forward. We saw by 2030, where are we going to be? All right. So we are here even to present this to our King of Supply. Thank you so much. So this is our King.
King of Supply, Dr. Femi Kayode. Congratulations. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Everybody arrange well. Make the picture shine. The picture shine. Make sure that this picture also trend, though. Very well. Yes, be in the middle. If not, you go collect. Eh. Thank you very much. You know, during the testimony, sir, some people say they are not going to apply another job again. Some people say they have teared or they have destroyed their CV. Some people say one person say she was a good surgeon. Say now she is doing marketing. My sister, that's how Nigeria is. So my classmate, I was the best graduating student in the class. Right now masquerade the guy they do for Anambra. If you associate with the right people, they will change you positively. But now masquerade the day you go do. So now you are a surgical marketer. Thank you very much. So we now call on Dr. Eugenia Ishaku to tell us about data projects driven by data. Let's put our hands together for her.
Happy anniversary to all of us in Farmalat once again. Thank you. Yes, I'm Dr. Eugenia Ishaku, lead veterinarian data and research Farmalat, and I'll be presenting the impact report on driven by data. We all know that data plays a crucial role in development across various sectors, and animal health is not left out. Data has and significant impacts on development as a whole, which takes us to our project driven by data. Okay, so driven by data is a Pan-African innovative technology that rides on technology to promote easy access to animal health information across African borders. So our goal is to facilitate evidence-based decision making, promote livestock productivity and strengthen livelihoods, and also contribute to the development of SDGs 2, 3, 12, 13, 15, and 17. Before our slide comes up, I think we can all agree that a major challenge that we have in Africa as regards animal health information is the lack of an accurate, centralized animal health information system. So we have fragmented data information system, data collection systems with different NGOs, agencies coming up with different information, and this limits the impact it can have contextualized animal health development in Africa. And this is what we're trying to address with our project driven by data. Our activities are simple: to establish a network that allows sharing of animal health information across African borders, curation of animal health data in a readable format like infographics. Some of us might have seen our infographics on our social media and also on our website, and also promotion of African-derived research and policy insights. So this already gives us an idea of our activities. Our activities include the creation of a Pan-African newsletter, the publication of infographics, that's animal health data in an accessible format that is easy to share and understand, and also publication of news reports on our website, www.farmalert.online. So far, we've had over 600 views, over 600 clicks on our newsletter. We've had 3 publications of our Pan-African newsletter. We have viewers from the United States of America, from Germany, from the United Kingdom, from China, from Australia, from Austria, and so on, and so many other African countries. On our social media pages, infographics have also had over 2,000 impressions. Yes. We've had amazing feedback so far. We've had over 70 volunteers, over 70 technical persons offered to be volunteers. We're driven by data. We also had a very, very interesting feedback. One of our articles published on our website got a reaction from the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. So that resulted in a research on the veterinary and paraveterinary workforce in Africa. We also have over 600 readers of our website, www.farmalert.online. So this just gives us an idea about driven by data. Yes. Driven by data, our goal is to become a one-stop destination for animal health information in Africa. So if you're involved in animal health development, if you're involved in projects that have to do with animal health development in Africa, and this also involves data-driven initiatives, then Driven by Data by Farmalert is the place to start from. Yes, together we are shaping Africa's future. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for Dr. Eugenia Ishaku. We are still using cars in Nigeria, so we are driven by petroleum. Yes. So, but you see, anytime we come together, it's an opportunity for us to learn new. This aspect of volunteerism, I'm just learning about it today. And it's a very good way of training people, getting people to learn. So we are moving now on to have a brief discussion on the impact of Farmalert network distribution. And no other person is going to say something about this better than the surgical marketer, Dr. Nancy. Put your hands together for her. Check.
All right, good morning, everyone. And special recognition to our very, very high veterinarians and our board members. Thank you so much for being here. And a very special recognition to our very beautiful associates. We won't be here without you all. And it's a privilege to be here to discuss our impacts regarding the Farmalert distribution network. We all sat here and watched where we are coming from. And now I am standing here, privileged to discuss where we are and where we are heading to with our Farmalert distribution network. I mean, we are no longer a retail business. So next slide, please. In Africa, we have a plight in the animal healthcare industry. And it starts from the very first chain up to the last, right? And we have people who own pets and people who own livestock. And from the people who own pets and livestock, they have a problem of where to get the products their pets and their livestock needs at an affordable rate, and even have a problem of even finding a proper channel to pick these products, right? And then the people who they are depending on are the veterinary community. And then the veterinary community now has a problem of where either the high cost of operations, or they have a problem of startup capital, or they have a problem of supporting and expanding their businesses, or then they have a problem of even where to get these products, right? And with that, that is a wrap around the plight of the veterinary community. Next slide. With the aforementioned factors, animal diseases are on the increase. And with that increase, it causes a threat to people's livestock, people's companion animals. And with those deaths or threats to their businesses, there's an economic impact and then every other impact that comes with that. Next slide. And then, unfortunately, we have an animal health care system in Africa, right? And, you know, we are qualified as underserved. And that is where Farmalart now comes in. So permit me, young men and young ladies, gentlemen and ladies, to introduce to you Farmalart. Farmalart is an animal health care social enterprise founded in 2019 to address the critical challenges faced by the animal health system across Africa. Our mission: enabling easy access to animal health care through an efficient distribution network, leveraging on technology. Next slide. I mentioned a lot of challenges the veterinary community faces, and then I have introduced Farmalart. What we do at Farmalart, it's simple. It's just to be the support system the veterinary community needs to serve properly. We don't want to compete with the veterinary community. We want to support the veterinary community to serve efficiently. So we have provided an efficient distribution network. And proudly, I am standing here to say that our distribution networks are now across Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, Kano, Taraba, and our currently opened distribution channel at Port Harcourt. So, gentlemen and ladies, it's my privilege to say that as a veterinarian or as an agro-vet, if you are anywhere across Nigeria, you have a Farmalart distribution network that is close to your community. And with our distribution channels, we are currently serving over 100 communities in Nigeria. Thank you. And on our impact too, in 2024, we have partnered with the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association to support 22 veterinarians. I mentioned that startup capitals and support for their businesses is a problem. So Farmalart has offered that solution. And from January till, now we are in December, we have offered 22 million naira in Nigerian cash to Nigerian young veterinarians to either start up their businesses or support their businesses. And the last but not the least on what our impact has done with the Farmalart distribution networks across Africa, across Nigeria currently, we have also opened up our credit facility through the partnership we have with Lenco First, and of course the local partnership we have with our partners that we are currently. It is a singular honor to say that in 2024, our credit facility to our partners has been valued at over 400 million naira. So with this impact, it is my honor to say that we are very open to working with the veterinary community to see how far we can go to build the community in Nigeria, and also see how far we can go to build the community across Africa. With that, it is my singular honor to also say that within the next 2 years, our vision is to span across Africa and be in the following countries: Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Cameroon, Liberia, Niger, and Mali. And we are owning it, and it's going to happen because we are Farmalart and we are helping and supporting the veterinary community. Thank you so much. Next slide. All right, our vision is to be the leading distribution network of essential and affordable animal health solutions in Africa by 2030. And with this vision, we are all inviting our partners to be part of this. Without you all, there will be no Farmalat. And without you all, our vision for 2030 will not be achieved. So, on that note, just for our partners too, we have our core value and we are very, very keen on empathy and innovation. Now, this is to say that every member of the Farmalat team you meet, every associate of Farmalat feels what the veterinary community feels. And in feeling what the veterinary community feels, we stand firm to be innovative minds. At every point in time, we innovate solutions to make sure the veterinary community is sorted out and that their problems are ours and we sort it out one at a time. But as long as you are seated in here and as long as you're listening to us all over Nigeria or anywhere you are in Africa, Farmalat is for you. Farmalat is yours and Farmalat is ours. Thank you so much for listening and thank you for being part of Farmalat.
Can we make that applaud better? Thank you, Dr. Nasi Eniotu, Chief Partnership and Growth Officer. All right, October 11th, 2024, Farmalat Project Sadaka X of Hope. I have the privilege to bring our Community Engagement Manager, Dr. Abdullahi Abiu, who will be giving us a brief presentation on Project Sadaka.
Okay, standing on the already established protocol, good morning to you, everyone. Happy 5th year anniversary to us all. My name is Dr. Zainab Abdullahi Biu, and I serve as the Community Engagement Manager here at Farmalat. I'm here today to present to you on a beacon of hope in the darkness of malnutrition, which is the X of Hope Project Sadakat initiative. Okay. They're still working on the slide. So, okay, it's a nourishing future for the young minds. Our mission for this project is to ensure that significant impact is made on the lives of vulnerable children across Nigeria. And our ambitious goal is to donate 300 million eggs over the next 3 years. This ambitious target is driven by an unwavering support, commitment to combat malnutrition and empower the next generation. Because malnutrition is a silent crisis that hinders a child's growth, stunting their growth, robs their mind and vitality to thrive to their full potential, and weakening their minds and body. So that's why the X of Hope Initiative Project Sadakat is here today to provide a simple yet powerful, please the next slide, yet powerful solution, nourishing the bodies and mind. It's a collective effort to ensure no child is left behind. So I'm going to share our impact stories. So we launched this project on the 11th of October 2024. And from this October to November, we have been able to donate 1,000 eggs to internally displaced persons, schools, and communities. So our impact stories so far, we have been able to donate 1,000 eggs, like I mentioned earlier. We donated about 500 to internally displaced persons in Kunchuguru, here in Abuja. As you can see, the children are already smiling. So we also donated 200 eggs in Fogul community in Jos when we went for the NVME convention. So another 300,000 eggs. 300 eggs was donated in schools across Nigeria to nurture the future leaders of our nation. So, together, I believe we can create a future where every child has opportunity to thrive, build a healthier, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria. Let's write a new chapter in the story of our nation by donating to the Egg of Hope Initiative Project Sadakat. Donate through our website at farmalat.com.ng or Farmalat Eggs of Hope Providus Bank, as you can see on your screen. So thank you, everyone.
What a clap for Zainab. Any presentation we carry something where they chop immediately. Better presentation. Let's put our hands together for her. You know, what is amazing is how simple things are turned to very serious things, and they are very creative. You know, if you hear 500 egg, plenty crate they down, no. And go put there like reach 10 or so. So let's put our hands together for Farmalat, for Eggs of Hope Project. Yes, the way Farmalat is going, if care is not taken, one day we will come here now by 2030 now. You know the thing I'm thinking you'll be giving. Farmalat just categorize Nigerians. People will get bicycle, they want one bicycle. People will get bike, they will say we're giving 100 bikes. People will get car, they cannot be buying car anyhow, so they'll give them 50 liters of fuel, you know. Just to take support your department. So we are moving on now to have our goodwill messages. And the goodwill messages are going to come from our guests who are here, and the little adjustments that have been made. First, we are going to call on our daddy, who himself has been on the advisory board, guiding the organization on how things. And we welcome to the microphone at this moment. You know, when I saw Professor Fashional here, I was just praying that another professor should not join him, because we are 2 or 3 professors are gathered, examination is not far. So we invite Professor Folorunso Fashional to please rise up and give the first goodwill message. Let's support him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to be here. Well, since we are driven by data, I didn't intend to print my speech. You may not have copies. And I also found out that a new king was crowned today. I thought Kasongo was the recently crowned king, recently displacing the lion. So thank you, Supply. One, I will give my speech, but I need to make some fundamental statement. One, there's a saying that if your dream does not scare you, say you are just playing or you are dreaming too small. You see, when I first heard about Farmalat, and I kept track of what they are doing, and I, at one time, was thinking, I hope these guys are not biting more than they can chew. But the dream that is bigger and can scare them is what is driven the passion that you are seeing. And I can tell you, each and every one of you are part of the contributor. So the success is not Femi's success, it's everybody's success. We are all joint stakeholder in this. One, and I want to start by greeting my colleagues that are sitting here. First, my president. Once a president, always a president. MVMA. Dr. Gani Enaro, I welcome you, and we really appreciate your presence here. And also Dr. Steve Ogida, And I was just sitting there and thinking, well, if I'm sitting with two MNI, maybe I will be the next MNI. So they should make room for me so that they can bring me into the team. And then my registrar had just come in now with some other distinguished individual. If I don't recognize him, I may be deregistered before I leave here. So Dr. Fadipe and every person, please, I welcome you. Standing on the existing protocol and greeting the associate. I was told I shouldn't use staff member. We are associate here. Then one thing struck me. When Madam, the former deputy MP, was talking, that was Madam Kayode, and was talking of being stressed. I know what being stressed is when I look at Femi in that picture. The Femi of then and Femi of now, there have been a lot of information. And you know, also globally, human society has been classified into groups. We have the innovators, the early adopters, the early majority, late majority, and the laggards. The innovators, they typically are not more than 2.5% in any society. For example, when the cell phone came, some people said that thing give cancer. Until I see people are using it and they don't have cancer, I will not use cell phone. I'm one of such person because I bought 4 cell phones for people before I actually bought one for myself, trying to see what will happen. So, but when you talk of business and business growth, I will leave it to you to decide where Farmalart should be. Innovators are typically no more than 2.5%, and I think Farmalart will be that class. The laggards are the ones that will wait and wait and wait, and until they are pulled or pushed or dragged along, they really never want to start. I hope that nobody here is in that category. If you are here, then Farmalart is not a place for you because you will not find it comfortable in Farmalart. I know that Femi can drive people. So I'd like to say this, not on my behalf, on behalf of all the members of the advisory. We agreed to the content, and I'm just reading it on their behalf. So, distinguished guests, esteemed member of Farmalart, and our cherished audience, it's with great pride and immense gratitude that I stand before you as the chairman of the advisory board of Farmalart Nigeria Limited. On behalf of all the board members, to celebrate the milestone that speaks volume of dedication, innovation, and resilience. This is our 5th anniversary. Farmalart had actually transformed the value chain in the industry. It's not going to be the same again. 5 years ago, Farmalart was born out of a vision to revolutionize the agriculture in Nigeria by leveraging on technology and empowering farmers and ensuring food security. Today, as we gathered to mark this momentous occasion, it is clear that this vision had not only been pursued with passion, but had also borne fruits that we can all be proud of. This is not a story of I started with a grain of rice, and today I own a rice manufacturing company. You all saw the story. The company has its roots deep and is therefore positioned to go far. First and foremost, we would like to commend the leadership team in Farmalart, led by the indefatigable CEO, for their unwavering commitment to excellence. Your foresight and ability to adapt in the ever-evolving agricultural landscape have been instrumental in positioning this company as a beacon of hope for countless farmers and stakeholders in the Nigeria's agri sector. Let me pause here. I was in Kogi State some few days ago, and we were talking, and issue of Farmalart actually came up. And the Kogites were beating their chest, saying, we are proud. He is a Kogi man, and he is our man. That he started from here. They told me some things about how he started in Kogi. So we are proud to be associated with this. To the associates and partner of Farmalart, your tireless effort, innovative spirit, and dedication to serving the need of the client have been the backbone of the successes. You have shown that teamwork, coupled with the shared purpose, can achieve remarkable results in the face of challenges. We know there are enough challenges in Nigeria, and nothing is ever the same. On a daily basis, things keep transforming. It's also important to acknowledge the farmers, the cooperative, the agri-businesses that have trusted us to partner over the years. Your resilience and openness to embrace new ways of farming, supported by farm-alert technologies and service, are a testament to the bright future of agriculture in our country. Together, we are redefining what is possible in this critical sector. Personally, I'm glad that farm-alert extends to a place like Taraba. The time I first visited Taraba and I saw the livestock resources in their taxis, and I saw how denied they are in terms of service delivery, I wept for this country. Because I tell you, this country is so resource rich, but we are not even punching at all. We are not really doing much just to utilize the resource of the country for our benefit. So I'm happy that a company like Farm-Alert had gone there. It's instructive to mention that Farm-Alert is not only a company that is positioned to make business, but one that is committed to impacting the society. Example of such is the Egg of Hope project that is reaching out to kids and the poor in our school and communities. The Driven by Data initiative that touches on improving data access and to inform decision in the industry, and the catalyzation of professionals in the industry through various grants and initiatives under Vetpreneurs. As we celebrate this milestone, let us take a moment to reflect on the remarkable achievements of the past 5 years. Farm-Alert had not only contributed to increase agri productivity, but has also empowered rural communities, create jobs, and enhance the livelihoods of thousands of farmers. You may think you are just doing your own little, but the impact had gone far beyond what you can think of. There are places where I've been to and they talked about Farm-Alert. You may not know that you are reaching out to them, but through the little you are doing, you've reached out to a lot. So each of you should pat yourself in the back and actually appreciate yourself for contributing meaningfully to the growth of this country. However, while we celebrate this accomplishment, we must also recognize that the journey is far from over. The challenges of climate change, food insecurity, and poverty remain significant. But I'm sure that with the same commitment and determination and innovation that has brought us this far, Farm-Alert will continue to be a key player in providing solutions to this pressing issue. As we look ahead, let us reaffirm our commitment to the core value that has brought us success: integrity, innovation, inclusivity, and impact. Let us continue to explore new frontiers, forge strategic partnership, and leverage technology to create more sustainable growth for the agri sector. On behalf of the advisory board, once again, I congratulate everyone that has contributed to this remarkable journey. Thank you for your hard work, your belief in the vision, and commitment to excellence. Here is to celebrate the 5 years of success and to many more years of innovation and impact. Together, let us continue to sow the seed of transformation in Nigeria agriculture. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Advisory Council. While his goodwill message was going on, the Registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria arrived, perhaps to register new veterinarians or to register another branch of Farm-Alert with the council. And that is why he did not come alone. He came with very, very senior. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Oladotun Ebenezer Fadipe, the Registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. Seated next to him is also a very senior veterinarian working in the council. I am not very familiar with the ranking. I may be right to guess that he's a deputy registrar or maybe assistant registrar, I don't know. But I know if you're sitting close to the registrar, you are an associate registrar. So put your hands together for Dr. Ahmed Yakubu Glachi. Thank you very much. And seated very next to him. You know, these people in VCMBA, they are not young like that, too, but their face, anytime I see Dr. John, I will be thinking maybe like 45 years or so or less. But in this sense, it may not be so. Put your hands together for Dr. John Garba, who is also here with us. Thank you very much. The goodwill message is not going to be chronological because we have an online goodwill message, and Dr. Selin is already on standby. So you will permit us to take that goodwill message, which is going to be online. I think she's responding from so many kilometers away from here. So media, are we ready with her goodwill message? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you give me a quick sign whether you can hear me? Okay. I will just get started, so I'm not 100% sure whether you can hear me or not. Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, for those who have not met me yet, I'm Dr. Selin Bilolo. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at TÜV Süd AG. TÜV Süd is a testing, inspection, and certification company, and I'm responsible for leading the sustainability service portfolio, as well as for the internal decarbonization strategy. Yeah, today it is really with immense pride and joy, I have to say, that I stand before you today to celebrate the 5th anniversary of PharmAlert. And I think this milestone is not just a testament to the very hard work and dedication of the team. I think it is indeed a reflection of the vision and leadership that has guided this remarkable journey that I have to say I'm very proud of. And first and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the chairman of the advisory board for the inspiring words to the team. Thank you so much for that. I think your guidance and support have also been invaluable in steering PharmAlert towards its mission to building Africa's largest animal health infrastructure. So when I reflect on the early days when I met the team, I'm really filled with a deep sense of pride to how far you have come. I do vividly remember when PharmAlert was pitching for an impact investment fund by Boehringer Ingelheim. At that time, I was an associate director there. I was responsible for the due diligence from Boehringer's side, the first time a due diligence that we took in Nigeria. So you can imagine how that was for my German fellow colleagues. And alongside Coyote, also a blessing, we spent countless hours every single day collecting data, navigating the challenges of the rapid growth of the company already back then, and really striving to meet the highest benchmarks set on the one hand by the company's internal counterparts. But it was really a period of very intense effort and learning, but also, yeah, of great promise and potential. So I think the journey overall, I cannot see you, Coyote, at the moment, but I remember it was not without its hurdles, right? We faced certain complexities of organizing the data. Also then the pressure of stepping up quickly to match international standards. But yet the team pushed through with unwavering determination and a commitment. And today, as we stand here, we can proudly say that the dreams we had back then have become a reality. The mega centers, which were once just a vision, have now been established. You delivered on the promises made. And I think overall, PharmAlert's contribution to the Nigerian animal health infrastructure are profound. You have not only made significant impact on local communities, you've also created a scalable model that can extend beyond Nigeria to neighboring countries even. So this work is crucial in strengthening the African continent and moving towards greater independence and self-sufficiency. So there's still a lot that we have to do, right? So thanks everyone for having me here today. It's really an honor to witness the incredible progress and achievements of Pharmalot. I'm very proud, again, I say it so many times, but I can only repeat myself. I'm very proud that I have been part of the early beginnings and to see how far you have come, really. So congratulations on this remarkable milestone, and I look forward to many more years of success and positive impact. Thank you so much.
Sally, you did very well. We appreciate you for appreciating and encouraging Pharmalot. But you know, for those of us that attended village primary schools and secondary schools and village university, like my university is in my village. Yes, I'm lucky. So, but to be able to partner with Oyibo that was speaking fast like that, it's not even easy. So they take the English. Okay, now blessing. Blessing, thank you very much. English give us problem, oh, even up till now. And one of the things that Pharmalot can do is to start teaching us some of our languages. If not, while a day. I sat back to listen, and I'm really, really energized. And I want to bring up this time around the very distinguished personality to give a goodwill message is no other but Dr. Steve Ogidan, MNI. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you, the MC. Thank you, the advisory board chairman. When Dr. Femi was speaking to me last night about this goodwill message, I said, no, there's no need for any goodwill message again because Professor Fashina has spoken on behalf of the advisory board. He said, no, as a strategy advisor to Pharmalot, I should say something. I said, no problem. The MC said something. He said he was afraid that another professor may come in and then there will be examination. My son told me one day, he said, lack of trust was what brought about examination. He said, if you teach me and you ask me whether I understand, I say, yes, what brought about exam? We should just continue and believe that I've understood it. So I want to seize this opportunity to congratulate the Pharmalot team for this wonderful opportunity of seeing the 5th anniversary. Working with social enterprises and working with enterprises, even those who are not social enterprises, surviving the first 5 years is one of the most critical and difficult things in the life of any enterprise. And for you to survive the first 5 years, it means you are one of the 30% of enterprises that will live for the next 50 years. And if you can do 50 years, definitely you will do 100 years because you have gotten it right and you've really known what you want to do. Secondly, I want to appreciate the team, the associate. Each time I see Pharmalot team, one thing that amazes me about your team is the young and energetic people. My father said, if there is a family tradition and you want that tradition to continue, induct the younger people because they will be the flag bearer when the older people are not there. I'm amazed about the energetic, youthful population in the associate. 5 years is a great landmark and you have really demonstrated you can do it. But looking ahead, especially saying what you want to do by the year 2030, by the year 2050, you must deepen your impact. You must continuously measure your impact. I will give you an example which I have not mentioned to you. About 4 weeks ago, I was in Uganda and I was making a presentation. Then we mentioned something related to Pharmalot. When we left the ceremony, the junior brother of the president called me. He said, this Pharmalot, is it really a Nigerian company? That they have been reading about them. I said, it's a Nigerian company, it's made in Nigeria. So you must continue to embrace technology. If technology is not working for you, it is already working against you. And I like the way, each time I see Dr. Femi with AIG, I ask him, are you really a vet doctor or a technology expert? Because of the way he uses technology to drive the business. Then you must embrace machine learning and you must induct your team and all your associates to be able to drive your sustainability championship. promote sustainable practices. You are going to cover the entire Nigeria. You are going to cover the entire West Africa. And you are going to go to other parts of Africa. Your brand will go to many places. You must be able to look at how you communicate your value proposition and how you share your success stories. 5 years is a major landmark. 10 years is coming. You must document your experience. We lack capacity in Nigeria to write our own stories. And we all, as I always say, until the lion learns how to write, all stories will glorify the hunter. So you must tell your own story. You must see where are we coming from? How did we get to where we are? You must clearly define your niche and you must communicate your value. Continuously refine your offering. Another thing I see is that in the next 3 years, beyond the Egg of Hope, you are going to have another thing that you are going to take as part of your social enterprise delivery that will make your organization to move further. Without taking too much of your time, I want to advise, let us plan for scalability. Let us try as much as possible to consider future expansion, and don't neglect the legal and regulatory compliance environment. A whole lot of things are happening. You see the argument that is going on with the tax reform. Many of the reforms will still come up, and you must be ahead of it to drive your business better. On behalf of myself and my family, I want to congratulate you for the good work. And we pray God will continue to strengthen you to be able to deliver more and more. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, I keep hearing new things. Please put your hands together for Dr. Steve. So, sir, your son says exam is because of lack of trust. You know, by the grace of God, I'm a lecturer too, and sometimes if you want to give tests, student, if you ask student, when is my test? They will say, sir, next week. Next week, they will not give a day. Oh. When you come to the class and say, are you ready for my test? Say, sir, no, sir, we did not agree on a day, next week. So now I understand, because the students feel that you don't trust them. And that's why you want to give them exam. But you know, sometimes you have to test trust too. So the next person that is going to give us a goodwill message is supposed to be the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. But the president is yet to join us due to some official engagements. And so, but we are lucky to have the registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. And she's coming. We know, we are not skipping. Okay. We had thought that as an elder brother, a word from Dr. Fadipe will not be out of place. He's not speaking on behalf of the council. He's speaking as the registrar of the council and guiding us. So instead of 5 minutes, he may just take a minute or two. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Oladotun Ebenezer Fadipe, who is, I talked about youthfulness of council.
Thank you very much for clarifying issues. Because I just spoke with the AIG now, who is currently in a meeting, but I told her she's supposed to be coming up now. So she's leaving that place to come now as we speak, so she's on her way now. So I'm not standing in for the AIG. I can't wear that shoe. But of course, being here today is a very great delight for me as a person. Let me start by observing protocols. I have with me Dr. Gane Nauru here. Good morning. Dr. Steve Ogidon, and Professor Fashina, our great ambassador to South Africa, Kenya, and now in Rome. You know, each time I see him, I know tomorrow is bright for so many of us. Because I remember when Prof was to go that time from MVRI, and I said, Prof, you have some few more days to cover 10 years so that you can retire. I said, no. Even if it is 0 years they give me there, I don't want. I know what lies ahead of me. And honestly, he went headlong for it. And today, we are so proud of you. Coming back home to Farmalat, 5 years. 5 for some of us is a number of grace. And of course, we know what was our brought Parmalat from day one to day now is grace. If not, nothing else can explain what we are seeing in Parmalat today outside the grace of God. So Parmalat, we are so proud of you. Each time I hear Parmalat, I know that Nigeria will be better because somebody who believes so much in Nigeria and has done so much, he believes in giving out. And I keep wondering how they are doing it because he keeps giving and giving and he's never tired, you know. So I personally want to congratulate Parmalat for the milestones. I remembered the Outlier Award is one of the unique things with Parmalat. And each time I stand to give out an Outlier Award to people, I tell them I've never had the word Outlier before until I met Parmalat. And it's actually way off the normal conventional gift that you give to people during convocation and graduation. So they are thinking out, in fact, to me, Parmalat has thrown away the box. They are not just thinking out of the box, they are throwing away the box, and the innovation and the dynamics of what they are doing is awesome. So today, let me not take too much of our time. Like Dr. Steve said, I'm wondering where Parmalat will be in the next 10 years. It will be much more mind-blowing than where we are now. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. The sky is just the beginning for Parmalat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadipe, for this wonderful. And these are the words that we may have missed out if he insisted he was not going to speak. But thank you, very humble man. The next to say a word is the legendary Dr. Gani Enahoro, MNI. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you, thank you. Congratulations, Femi. Congratulations, Parmalat. I have to stand on existing protocol, but I must recognize very specially distinguished Ogidon, who is a member of the National Institute. And also, even though Fashino has stepped out, I was shocked to see him here, even though we know that he's in Rome, but he's busy roaming about. I will use this opportunity to say a little bit about what I know of Femi, and also the company Parmalat, and also the workforce here, even in 2 minutes. Femi is a very unassuming person, and if you take him for granted, you're on your own. And I understand he does lectures for the workforce on a weekly basis. If you miss those classes, honestly, you're on your own, because everything you see him say, he puts to practice. He's a man who sees tomorrow. I think I wrote an article which was published in Blueprint yesterday, no, sorry, on Friday, and I think Vanguard will push it out tomorrow or something like that, about a president, Tinubu, who sees tomorrow because of what he has done for the sector in which we all operate. So Femi is a young man who sees tomorrow, and he has demonstrated it. For those who did not know, there was a trial run where he was managing director for VETSAC, and he put all those energies that we are seeing today in that project. And that was not to last for too long. there were issues. But one thing that Femi has continuously brought on the table is not to disrespect experience. When Femi was to set this up, Farmalat, he came to me all the way in Warri, Delta State, where I have a thriving practice, and slept for 2 days around that corridor, Sapele and the environs there, because he wanted to tap from the experiences I have in business and in practice. And he pointedly came and said to me, please tell me how you have done in this number of years in your practice, and I want to learn from you. No matter how hard you are, you won't see a person in that manner without feeling humbled. And for 2 days, I shared experiences with him, and he took notes, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing today. So that is him. So when he's talking about driven by data, you see a lot of the philanthropy that is associated with the company we are celebrating today. That is because of a solid seed which Femi has sowed. So can we please put our hands together for him? Now, talking about the company Farmalat, many times I've told him he has come to fill a gap with this company. All of us had existed in silos, they call it. Everybody had been on his own, trying to struggle to find our feet in business as veterinary entrepreneurs. But he has filled the gap, trying to unite what many of us had left untouched. And that is by directly impacting on the community, and of course on all of you, which this is not the first phase. We were part of a previous presentation that was exciting and excellent. So the company is unusual. And I told him it's laying a standard that may be difficult to fill over time. But what it means is that the company will not go down. If it's a prayer, can you please put a clap to that? The company will not go down, because when you give, you must also be sustained. And like Ogidon said, there are statistics in the world to identify how companies survive. Those who survive the first 1 year, we have a very large percentage of those who don't even survive the first year. They go down because they are not original. They are borrowing the senses. Let me use Warri slangs now. They are borrowing sense from other places and trying to do or copy what others do without the kind of foundation that should make them last for long. So in the first 1 year, they come on and they just go down like that. Then we have a percentage, just like he said, about 33%, who at 5 years also don't find it easy to continue. This is 5 years of Farmalat. Are we not seeing a lot of continuation going on now? Can we put our hands together for that? So this is encouraging. I'm happy to be part of this. And I told Femi, I said, in 10 years, I would like that God should spare my life and be part of a ceremony bigger than this. And we will not just be sitting down here. At 10 years, we should be having a panel discussion, a colloquium to celebrate Farmalat. The foundation is already laid. Then in 15 years, we should be having a kind of, audience that the ministers would attend in a much larger audience and venue than this. These are projections that are possible. But I'm going to the third aspect now. which is the workforce for Farmerlat. All of these that we are dreaming, that Femi is dreaming, will not be based on him alone. They will be achieved by the quality of delivery of service and cooperation and loyalty that you will give to Farmerlat. A lot of challenges that we have in private businesses is about the quality of loyalty of the workers, the workforce in those organizations. A lot of what we see in the face are not reflective of what is in the heart of many of the workers. And you see a lot of misdemeanors, misrepresentations, outright stealing, and cheating from the workforce, from the common pool that will require that the basic needs of the company should also be met. So we see all of this. And I really have to beg you, if you don't want to fit into the dream of an organization, don't hide it. There must always be a window to escape, clearly, that will leave value for the years you have stayed in such organization, any organization at all. So workforce is very important and very critical. So I beg of you to be part of this dream. This is a good seed well sowed. Farmerlat will grow bigger than this. We will all be part of supporting you. You can be sure of that. When Ogidon was in Uganda, and somebody was asking him if Farmerlat was Nigerian or not, I was smiling here because as the vice president of African Veterinary Association, I know veterinarians, and I've visited 28 African countries personally. And I know that some of the articles which I managed to write on this driven by data, I equally share them with my contacts. So you have seen yourself growing really global, whether you like it or not, because some of us will expose you positively anyway. So I will congratulate you. Femi, congratulations again. Congratulations to the company, and you will remain the topmost and the biggest of what we are dreaming for you by the special grace of God. Congratulations.
Yes. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Gani Enahero. Sir, the picture that me and you snapped in just has expired. So before you leave, make sure I snap with you. In this country, Farmerlat has gifted over 400 million, I guess. May we very specially rise to welcome the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, herself, our mother, to our one and only Dr. Femi Kayode. Yes. She is no other person but the one and only Dr. Aishatu Abubakar Baju, MNI. Let's put our hands together for her. Anytime you see her, you see a renewed hope for the veterinary profession. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are moving steadily, and we are about to take the goodwill message from Mr. Paul Nyadika. If he's here or online, all right, it's not there yet. So we are gradually moving to get to the end of the goodwill messages. When the president of council speaks, there won't be any other goodwill message. I need you to know that. The biggest elephant in the house as far as the veterinary community is concern in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Andrew. And now I have the singular honor to bring to the podium my co-anchor, Dr. Andrew Amine, the chairman, NVMA, Benue State, for his own goodwill message. Can you clap for my co-anchor?
You should clap for me now. You know, I am no longer speaking as the master of ceremony. I am speaking as the chairman of the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association Benue State chapter. Some time ago, we have had reason to look at some veterinarians who have been of help to us and who have been like a standard to many of our veterinarians. And one of the persons that came to mind was Dr. Femi Kayode. It was a unilateral decision by the entire state chapter of our association. And this was because some qualities were outlined. And I laughed when I heard someone say, she prepared her resignation, because every time you give report, you look as if the thing is not working. But the husband guided her not to resign. As an individual, I've had contact with Femi, and one of the core values that he shares is that he values service. If you give him service, he's willing to value it and to appreciate service. Because we have served several people that do not see what you're doing as anything. And when they talk about beating deadline, and he was asking his staff how they think about him, I was asking myself, how do they cope with him? Because he looks very smiley, but very compelling. He will remind you, if there is anything that Femi needs to remind you, he will remind you. This issue of I forgot cannot come to play when you're working with Femi, because you see the reminder. Sometime in 2009, he invited me. Somebody said I could anchor, and he said they should just give it a try, and which is one of his qualities. He believes in testing. If you tell him this person can do, Femi cannot wave. He will say, okay, let him come and do, let us see. You know, some people may be very brilliant, but if you ask them to do something, they may not be able to do. And some persons have refused to give young veterinarians opportunity to test their skills, so they may never shine. And that's why I talked about one of our colleagues that is doing masquerade in Anambra. It's not as if, it's not a story, it's real. Yes, it's not a joke. Because maybe nobody has asked him to come and test his skills for them to see. And some other persons have talked about his generosity. He has reached out. He may not give you all that you ask for, but you cannot ask Femi and go without receiving. So he will say, we cannot do this one now, but let's do this one. And so he can always do that for you. And he knows how to coordinate people. It may be a weakness. He coordinates a lot of people. So some people will not fall in line easily. But the fact that he goes for the young veterinarian, I think his slogan is young veterinarian. He likes the young veterinarian. I am a young veterinarian, don't think I'm. So, Dr. Elizabeth, please come forward. On the 9th, how things happened. On the 9th of last month, the Benue State chapter honored Femi. His engagement did not permit him to be there physically. Coincidentally, today is 9th of December. So it's 9/9, isn't it? And then in the night, let me have the VNA. In the night, he just sent me a message. He didn't remind me of this event. Say, where am I? I'm in Makodio. When is the event? Is it 3 o'clock? I said 9. And usually he would just drop the message and switch it off. You know, but I had to find my way to Abuja, and I landed in the night because I couldn't afford to miss this event. So when I came in here earlier and I didn't see Madam President, I was worried. He said, "Don't worry, she's very busy, but I'm sure she's going to come." And Femi doesn't have tension. I don't know why. Tension go there, you know, go there inside. He said the president is at the airport. I said, "Which president?" He said, "Arokoya." I said, "Arokoya go call." He said, "Yes." Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege to announce the arrival of the workaholic president of the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association. I wonder if Arokoyo sleeps at all, because every time I am seeing Dr. Simi at posting one meeting and one engagement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Moses Arokoyo. Let's jam our hands together for him. Thank you, sir. How do they feel now? You are feeling good, Abby? So, Femi, how did you do it? These are very, very busy people and you have brought them here. And as I told you earlier, we have taken, let me take a moment to brief our guests how far we've gone. We have taken a brief of introduction. The country managing director welcomed us. Thereafter, we took a 30 minutes video and we looked at where and how Femalat started. From where we went into a 10 minutes conversation with Dr. Eugenia Ishaku, who told us about the project driven by data. After which we had a very brief conversation again with Dr. Nancy Otu, who told us about how Famalat distribution network is and where we are headed for, and the expected outcome in 2030. From there, we had a discussion on a presentation on Egg of Hope project, where Famalat intends to gift out 300 million eggs in 3 years. A project that is already in progress, and some people have received their eggs already. The IDPs and the school children, pictures shown indicates that they were all happy with our project. From where we moved into goodwill messages, and the goodwill messages have gone to the level where we are now taking it from the authorities of the veterinary profession in Nigeria. It is now my honor to invite the president of the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, and in our parlance, in Tiv language, it is said that big men don't come late to occasion. The occasion is just starting now. Put your hands together for Dr. Moses Arokoyo for his goodwill message.
I want to say a very good afternoon to everyone. Our most distinguished guest, the president of the council. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. We honor you and we recognize your presence. Dr. Gani, our elder statesman, thank you so much for being here this afternoon. I'm asking Femi if Professor Fashina was going to be around. That is, I'll be looking forward to seeing you today. I think it's going to be my first time crossing paths with you in person, and I consider it a privilege. Thank you so much for taking up the assignment of Famalat. Our council acting registrar, Dr. Fadikwe, I recognize you. I don't know the names, but I recognize. Thank you so much for being here. All protocols duly observed. I apologize for coming in late, not intentional. I've been traveling, and again, I was to travel this morning, and EP shifted for 3 hours. So I had to look for another flight in a hurry because I cannot miss to say, but I'll just take 5 minutes to say something very briefly. Change, they say, is the most constant thing in this universe. And that is what Famalat has brought to the veterinary community. We are changing. From the IT perspective, Famalat has done quite a lot. Farmalat has brought something to the table that is difficult to ignore. Someone asked me 2 weeks ago, he said, what is it with you and this Femi? I said, you won't know yet. Let's give it another 2 years. Then I'll come back to answer your question. Our relationship dates outside, beyond, and before the council, before MVMA, but maybe a lot of people don't know. And today is not even yet the day to tell the full story. We'll leave it for a couple more years, and then we'll come back to try to unveil the story. But I want to say, well done, Femi. Thank you for all you have done, and thank you for all that you are doing. Questions arise every day. Some I can answer, some I don't know how to even answer, but I know that time will answer some of the questions. Someone asked, this vetpreneurship, the person asked me directly, where did you people get the money from? I said that question I will leave for 2 years' time. In 2 years' time, the question will be answered, and so on. But one thing is certain, you have brought innovation to the table. You have brought impact to the table. I thought of releasing our video today, but I changed my mind. That one will be next year. A video of a joint project we did. Was it August last year? In Iroko village. It was August last year. Very impactful project. Renovating schools, nailing wall, rebuilding the classroom, changing lives. So many of that is what I know Femi for. We have done lots and lots of that, even outside the veterinary profession. And so it is no surprise that you have come this far. And the sky is just your starting point. I want to say congratulations to the Egg Project. It was last week I discovered it was how many million? 300 million. So the 100 I gave is so small. I will go and recontribute. So thank you for all of those impacts that you're making and for the contribution. It's touching lives. We're going to see some more persons get impacted today. And MVMA is going to follow up on that next year with another 10. That will make it 30. And this is the figure that we are pursuing. And hopefully there are more things that is to come. In closing, someone said, culture eats principles and systems for breakfast. And what that simply means is if you develop a culture, if you develop an attitude, if you develop a lifestyle of making things happen, if you develop a culture of excellence, if you develop a culture of doing things in a particular way with brilliance, with excellence for change, nothing can beat that because it's become a culture. It's what you wake up to do. You may have competitors, but for you, it has become a culture. So even when people put system principles in place, for you, it's a culture now. It will eat any competition style for breakfast. When Abeokuta last week, I looked into the audience and I said, every day we celebrate the students. When we come for induction, we give gifts, we celebrate them. But I said today, my heart goes out to the parents who trained them to have come this far. And in my mind, I said, I wish I could pay the transport money of all parents just as a sign of appreciation. That was my wish before I left my chair. But I told the audience, as of today, I cannot do that. All the parents here, because some of you came by flight. If I go and announce that, I'll be in trouble. I said, so before I left my seat, I prayed a prayer. I said, God, in the very near future, bring me to that place where I can pay the transport fare of parents who come to see their children graduate. Ma, you remember Abuja, the lady you called to collect her certificate, she was crying. She was crying, pulling the father to go and collect. They say, no, it's not professional. Collect. She couldn't collect it. She was dragging the father. She was weeping. At some point, tears dropped from my eyes. The girl was crying. Like, I don't deserve the certificate, my father does. And I said to the audience last week, one day I will be able to do this. And I said, I think somebody should say amen to that. Everybody shouted amen. Dr. Alasa was the keynote speaker. He raised his hand. Dr. Fadipe was there. He said, Dr. Arukoyo, will fulfill your dream beginning today. Collect the list of everybody who is a parent. As of 3 days ago, Dr. Alasa paid the transport money of parents who came for that meeting. He called me aside. This kind of heart, please preserve it. That is what I tell you, Femi. This heart that you have, that seeks change, this heart that desires change, innovation, excellence, preserve your heart with all diligence. I tell my kids all the time, don't allow people change you to what you are not. It's a fight I fight every day. Don't change. Guide your heart. Keep the heart you have for excellence, for change. It will take you far. To all team members of Farmalat, you know I'm part of the family. I say congratulations to us all. Thank you very much.
Some people are not clapping. Oh. Please put your hands together for the president of NVMA. You know, there's something the Bible says in Proverbs 29, verse 2 or so, that if the righteous are on the throne, the people will rejoice, isn't it? Please put your hands together for Dr. Moses Arokoyo. For those of you who were not in Jos, when it was time, and for some people who were in Jos, people like Dr. Gani, our president, they called them for a meeting to Abuja, so they left. And they did not participate in the AGM. But when it was time to give report, expenditure, office of the president, nil. So some people got angry and left. They said there is nothing to argue in this meeting. They wanted some arguments, but the president didn't spend money. So how is the president moving? He's flying, he's giving millions out, and yet he's not spending. Is that not wonderful? So please put your hands together for Dr. Moses Arokoyo. You can see the joy of this congregation when he arrived. He went to hug the president of the Veterinary Council, and the president tapped him on the back. Synergy, love in the profession. It is on this note that I want to bring the mother of the profession. Now, he be mother. As I say, mother of the profession, where they stand. I think say you don't born. No. I'd like to invite the woman we call Madam Capacity. The woman we say the woman of courage. She is a mother. She is our all and all. Dr. AIG Aishatu Abubakar Baju, MNI. Let's put our hands together for her.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm humbled. Thank you so much. So, Fashina, you know, I keep saying when I travel and see Oyibos, and I say, Fascina. So, and I was beginning to wonder whether it's actually to Professor Fashina they're talking, and they say, Fascina. So, you know, the way they pronounce it. It is a great privilege to see you this morning. Honestly, I'm really touched that you are able to fly to come physically for this event. The NDMA president, I think he just stepped out. Members of the board, of the advisory board of the Farmalat, my distinguished colleagues, Dr. Ogidon, Steve Ogidon, who has been really supportive to Farmalat. You know, when he was coming on board, I just said, I'm also giving you my son to adopt. And I said, this is our son, so look after him. And I'm really glad that you're doing that. time I see Femi, say, oh, what you have done. But that's just typical of you. My other distinguished colleague, Dr. Gani Enahoro, former president of NVMA, whom I know also is very passionate and very supportive to Femi. Usually when there are issues, I'll call him and I say, what do we do about this farm alert? And he's always there, always, always. Femi will call him midnight for advice and guidance, and he will be there for us. The active registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria and our very respected staff from the council. That shows that the whole council, if I tell you what is happening right now, and that the president of the council, the registrar of council, and the president of NVMA, all of us are here. I'm telling you, you know how much value we attach to what Farm Alert is doing. Right now, there is a very critical stakeholder meeting going on with the Ministry, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. The minister is already seated. We're supposed to come up with a plan, with an operational plan for the new ministry. Everybody that matters is there. But for us to all be here, I think that's how much we attached to Farm Alert 5 years ago. I look back 5 years. It's just like yesterday, very short time. The transformation has been amazing. Amazing. I know where it all started with all the struggles, where Femi is coming from. I'm highly delighted. I'm proud to stand here as Femi's mother. Apart from the president of the council, I want to say that Femi is a phenomenal young man. When I was coming, I was just scribbling, and I was trying to find an adjective to qualify Femi. And I said phenomenal. And then I was looking, okay, what actually, whether it actually explains or describe him the way I want to. And I found out that a phenomenal person is an extraordinarily good or impressive. And I believe Femi is extraordinary. Farm Alert has add so much value to the veterinary profession in a very different way. And you know, Femi doesn't like so much noise. He doesn't like so much crowd. He doesn't even like blowing his trumpet. And sometimes even to the detriment of the profession itself. There are certain things that you do and you really need to tell people, because first and foremost, it will encourage that there's another version, another perspective to how people look at things. And that's what is happening today. What's happening today is something, and I called Femi yesterday, we were speaking, and I said, Femi, how many of us? He said, oh, Mama, you know, it's a small thing. I said, well, you don't have to sit in a small thing. This thing that you are doing needs to be celebrated. It is very unique. There are so many beautiful things that Farm Alert has done, touching the lives of young veterinarians. Apart from even the 20 million that in partnership with NVMA that was distributed, that was phenomenal. But what is very, very important is what is happening today, celebrating. And he told me, Mamana, you know, we have some of these young veterinarians. You know, all the time my quarrel with him is young veterinarians. Every day, even in camp, when we are taking decision, you bring up and say, you know, Mamana, these young veterinarians. And I say, he's very, very passionate about what happens to young veterinarians in Nigeria. So, and then even at times when the young veterinarians commit professional misconduct and want to punish them, he will come begging. Young veterinarians, if Femi is representing you, you also have to conduct yourself with so much respect, and respect your elders. Respect council, which is the police of the profession. Respect the association, which is your leadership in terms of your voice. You know, when the council cannot say, because we are a government agency, the NVMA can say it the way it is. And you also respect the ministry where we have this. But when you have young veterinarians saying very, very unethical things to your seniors, if I was saying that if I finish this council president, which my tenure is coming to an end in March, I say if I finish and I don't withdraw the license of one of the young veterinarians, then I think I've done a great thing, because we've seen. But honestly, I want to tell you that this is one young veterinarian that is making so much impact on this profession. Now, coming back to today, I asked Remy, he said it's a small thing. I said, today's thing is not a small thing. I have watched, not just in veterinary profession, in any of these professions, somebody has business, you employ young veterinarians or young guys, and they grow. And at some point, of course, what you want to also see is like a mother having her children or parents having children. You see your children grow. You don't expect them to remain at home all the time, right? You expect them to develop, become somebody, and go and start their own families. And you will always bless them, right? Now, when your son gets married, you bless them. You want them to replicate and have their own families. Do you feel bad when your son or your daughter marries and starts off a family? But now when it comes to business, and you are running a business, and you have young guys that have come, you have mentored them, they have grown, and you want them, they now feel, now it is ripe for me to start my own business. And they come, sir, I want to go and start my business. The next thing we see is that, oh, he has stolen my money. That is why he is going to start up a business. In most cases, it becomes rivalry between the young vet that is living your own practice to go and he start his own business. And then he start, oh, he has stolen my clients. Oh, he is now all the people I'm dealing with. He has gone there where I'm doing business. Are we thinking that these young people will continue being under you for life? I have seen something phenomenal that Femi is doing today. And what is that thing? That even those young veterinarians that have served him, you just remember, Farm Alert is just 5 years. If Femi believed that he has trained somebody, that he has gone ahead to start his own business, and he has no problem with it. And today what he's saying is that all those that have worked with Farm Alert, that have established their business, that today he's going to support them and give them money to support their business. And that is why I believe this thing must be escalated. NVMA president, please, this must be escalated, because the trend is bad. I've seen a lot of bad cases, even to police, that, oh, is my money has stolen. You can work very hard and save. There are people that can also support you. Maybe why you are even working with the person you are working with is because you want to learn how to set up, how to run business. And the young man has grown and he said he wants to open, and you say he has stolen your money. He cannot open. But now we have seen Farm Alert. Femi is saying that you have served me, you have gone, you have started your business. I want your business to grow. That is being a mentor. That is being a father. Now you have started becoming a father. Now, you know, when you start a young vet, tomorrow these fingers will start pointing on you. We started also. So I want to commend you from the bottom of my heart that you have made me so proud. He's a very humble person, and that's why even the big things that he does, he feels they are small. But this is worth celebrating. Celebrated in at a very high level. I think you can even go with an award from the NVMA president during the NVMA Congress. No, on a very serious note, I'm really touched. I have not seen it like this. Usually when you see people leaving your business going, they start looking at them as rivals. But Femi is looking at them as still supporting them even when they start their business, that he wants their business to flourish. And I think that is what it should happen. That's what should be replicated. All our vets, entrepreneurs like Dr. Gani, I know he too has been mentoring a lot of young veterinarians. I think that's where we're out. And we are now taking our eyes that it has to be government work. That's the only way you can grow. So we have seen this very successful businessman. See, Dr. Ogido is doing a lot of things also in his own way. So I want to congratulate Farmalad for 5 years for the great job. You see, the job that Femi is doing, when they look at him with his size, they say he's a young man. And then, are you sure? And a lot of people, I keep saying, I don't know why they believe, they will just be saying, you know, it's not Femi's business, or it's Aisha's business. There are a lot of people that are preaching that. And what they don't know is that Aisha doesn't know business. I'm also learning. Honestly, I'm not a business person. I used to tell them, I say, if people don't teach business, when I retire, you keep taking care of me. A lot of people, Prof, don't believe that it's Femi's business. You can see how, so they think that it's not this young man, that it has to be somebody. So that means he's doing something really, really phenomenal. A lot of them, when Femi is flaunting, they say, oh, he's just fronting for Aisha. And you now come and say, Mamana, I like it that way. Let them be thinking. Let us walk. I like the cover that is your business. Let it be your business. So that is to say you are doing a great thing. And for all the young vets and non-vets that are working with you, honest, with Farmalad, kudos to all of you. I see commitment. I see commitment. I see dedication. I see passion. You know, you can love something, you don't have passion for it. I just love this. But when you love something and you also have passion, it makes a lot of difference. I see passion. Every member of Farmalad, they are always smiling. Smiling. They do their work with smiles. You can see everybody looks out for each other, and you can see a big, strong family growing up. And it's because of all these things that Femi is doing. And they know that they are working with a boss that even when they leave here, he's still going to take care of them. Please keep it up. I have still not had, you know, as a police officer, we are trained to always look at whether there is crime. I have not had where Femi says anybody has tried to steal the money from the company. Otherwise, we would have been settling cases, right? There is no case. So that shows that you are honest, dedicated young men and women that are growing businesses. And I pray that when the time comes for you to also grow and step out and start your own, that you grow in a big way. That you have people that will also help support, build your own business, and you build other people just like what Femi is doing. I am very, very proud to be associated with Farmalad. And as the president said, I know I'm taking too much of your time, but I think I have to say, pour out what is in my heart. When the NVMA was saying that they had personal things, I have a small NGO that I call SAB Foundation, Saronia Aisha Tubaju Foundation. When I started, Femi is the strength behind it. And now we are doing partnerships also with Farmalad, empowering women, children, and the youth. We did 2,500 Noila births initially for the women on the Mambila Plateau to empower them. And when Femi saw that, now he's replicating with us, and he said, Mamana, and that's the kind of person he is. You know, I told you his mother is not a business person. I was thinking, okay, we will share 2,500 Noila births to women for them to come and say they can replicate. When we finish and we're doing trying to see the feedback, Femi now said, Mamana, you know what? Let us do in small batches, train them, hands-on training, train them how to raise, because normally some people have to raise the birds from Maida, Yola, or Taraba, or Jalingo, will carry the 5-week-old and start distributing. I said, no, we are going to teach the women how to raise their old chicks themselves, so that when we share, and by the end of 5 weeks, 6 weeks, when they finish, you give them the chicken, they go with it, we still distribute, and then they have now known when they sell those 15 or 20 $, they can now go and buy their old and raise on them, which is fantastic. So Femi has also supported even in that personal capacity. Thank you so much, Farm Alert. So that partnership between Sarauniya Aisha Tubaju Foundation and Farm Alert is ongoing, and by this December we are going to graduate. I think we started 6 months now. We've been doing that every month. Group of women are trained, they raise the birds, and then we share it for them. They go back, and we are doing October, November, December. We are now celebrating all of them in December. So I want to say thank you, Farm Alert. The sky is just the beginning for you. I know it's not just, if I want to read, it's all over the place. And we are looking at going into African continent. West Africa first, Prof. I think that's why Prof is. So well done. Thank you. Keep the flag flying and continue doing the good things that you are doing. God will continue to bless and strengthen you. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for our capacity president. Some people are not clapping. Oh. I hope you're with your license here because you may not go with it. Okay. Now, sometime in 2019, hosted the NVMA. After that, he contested and won. I don't think Femi knew Madam President from anywhere before that time. But you also know, like I said from the beginning, if you're not given opportunity, no matter what you know, it cannot show. And I want to thank Madam President so much for also giving our brother the opportunity to showcase his talent, even in VCN. I know the digitization, the wahala that followed it. But if you don't have the chance to showcase your talent, it will not work, it will die. That's how many talents have been buried. And there's something the president said that has really energized me. And maybe if I go back, I'll put it back in my state. They don't allow people to change your heart. There are certain discouragement that are worth changing your heart. You are doing something very good. Like if they say it's Madam President's business and Femi feels bad and decide to say everything. Say, what do you think that Aisha can give me? I say, oh, I cannot give you anything. I come out for VCN. So please, in whatever you do, keep your heart intact. People are really after taking your heart and changing it to something else, and you will not be there. There is supposed to be something, but it's not me that will go and call somebody to speak after the president has spoken. Imakom.
Thank you so much. Once again, can we put our hands together for AIG Dr. Aishatu Abubakar Baju, DVM PhD NPOM MNI. Once again, can we put our hands together? All right, so next we'll be bringing up to the podium Dr. Nancy Eniotu, and then she'll be saying a few things about Farm Alert Associates. Please, can we put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Nancy Eniotu?
All right. So much. And special recognition to Madam Capacity. It's good to have young. And special recognition to our NVMA chairman. Sir, it's good to have our NVMA president. My apologies, sir. Please let them know we withdraw my license yet. All right. Just like our MC has said, it's good to have the surgeon market on ground again. And the next we have on our agenda is to appreciate our partners. And, the people we call our partners are those other brands would call their customers, right? So we are partnering with them because in our core value is empathy and innovation. So we cannot say that there is anything we are doing in Farm Alert without the people we call our partners. And a few of them are here. We invited a few of them to specially recognize them and to say a warm thank you to them all for joining the train, for believing in the vision and not leaving us halfway. I mean, Dr. Kayode did mention in his video, we had a time where we had problems and they would drive in here and place an order, pay, and the products will not be on ground. But then we are here today, and most of them are still with us. They didn't leave. They still place their orders, expect their products, make payments, and believe that we can still get better together. I mean, what other way should we say thank you if not especially recognize them today and say that Pharmalat is who they are because of every one of you? I see Don Smart, I see Doggie's Dreamland, I see Dr. Ejiofor, I see Dr. Linda, I see oh, there are even two Dr. Lindas here, right? And I see our Vetpreneurship 101 winner, Dr. Judith. It's good to see you. At least you are here to see another set. You are not a mother. All right, so, but to say thank you, it won't be just me. So I would be inviting our CEO to also say or to join me and say this very special thank you to our partners. CEO, sir, please.
All right. I'm observing. I have my own time slot that I will be observing protocol, but please allow me just go straight to the point for want of time. And the reason why I had to come up is very simple. We ordered. Okay, so maybe a brief background. We started 5 years ago, as all of you have heard, and our first revenue, annual revenue, when we started, was 300,000. Now, Dr. Moses has warned me not to call figure. This year, we are closing up to 2 billion in revenue. And we changed from saying we have customers to having partners for just one simple reason. If you don't knock at our door, we will cease to exist automatically. We will just disappear. And so we ordered your gift specially from Lagos. I've been apprehensive, it hasn't yet arrived. And so I said, let Dr. Nancy call. She was supposed to call to present the gift to you, very hearty gift. Just a way of saying thank you for making up our numbers. Thank you for being loyal to the brand. You have my commitment that in another 2 days, we hope it arrives today. You all will have, we selected our top partners in terms of numbers. We have over 500 gifts for all partners across. This place is small, so we didn't want to invite everybody. But for the 10 of you that came in, thank you. The numbers, not in a small scale, thank you. The numbers move not in a but in leaps and bounds because you kept calling us. Thank you. So with this, I want to especially recognize Don Smart, Kenel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to recognize Doggie's Dream. Thank you very much. I want to recognize Dr. Linda. Thank you so very much. And they are vets. So, Dr. Linda, please stand up. Does the president know you? She's a vet. Yes, she's a vet business person. And she's among our top 10 partners. Not in Abuja, nationally. And so, Council, please take note of her. So that you can go bill at the two Dr. Linda. Where's the other Dr. Linda? Thank you so much. Dr. Ejiofor Comrade. Each time you pick up the mic, I'm always worried. He's also a very good vet. Thank you so much for making up. Dr. Nancy, is there anybody I'm missing? So Dr. Nancy is the one leading our partnership growth. So we are going to be, after this meeting, all of us across the country are here to have a 1-week retreat. We have a dinner on Friday, and we will appreciate if you come along for the dinner. Hopefully, the flight that has brought your gifts will have landed. Thank you so much, and please extend wishes to your business.
Please, let's put our hands together for CEO. That was great. Kubu Avet Forum, welcome. All right, so we We are moving on now to the unveiling of Vetpreneurship 2.0. The unveiling, we are going to invite Dr. Femi Kayode once again up on stage to tell us about this initiative and how we keep moving and what it takes one to qualify. Mr. President, sir, because I will not see application. The next thing I'll just see people will win. Meanwhile, I will apply. So anyhow, with the application there, just edit the number, put me in there. Put your hands together for Dr. Femi Kayode as he's coming up.
All right. I think it's another one moment for me to be out to do this. So when we spoke with NVMA, of course, we have a very passionate NVMA leader, and we've known each other. You know, he quietly said we've known each other, but 20 years is no joke. Knowing one person and staying with the person and the person watching you grow. I'm going to say something about him when it is time for me to give my closing remark. But the idea of partnering with Pharmalat and partnering with Pharmalat was born early part of this year, and we threw out application for people to apply, and we picked up 10 businesses, 10 veterinarians to support. So I had to meet him privately and negotiate. I said, I have people. You know, I could not do anything. In the first set, it was us, we're partnering, but my hands were tight. So you have to win to be part of it. So I said, but there are vets around us that have been part of the brand, supporting the brand. There are even vets in the brand that wants to start their own business. If we take this thing out for competition, and because we don't want to be changing competition figure, we cannot do anything. We cannot maneuver, give them script. It's going to be morally wrong. So I said, sir, this one I want to beg with my two names. Give us for this 2.0 for us to bully people and handpick. No application. No. Then NVMA can now, for the 3.0, if they want to unpick, it's up to them. If they want to give it for competition, it's up to them. And graciously, as good as he is, he granted my request. So today, we have handpicked 12. There's no qualification, this one. This one, there's no qualification. In fact, what made this unique is that two people, is it two or three? How many people? Four are currently working with us. And then we said, what do you want? To keep working, or you want to start your own? They went in. I didn't give Dr. Nancy the opportunity, right? She has gone too far. So they went in, and then they said they want to start their own. I said, no problem. If you want to start your own, what does it take to start? Dr. Tola is here. Please stand up. She's one of them. She's our partnership and growth. She was until 30th of last month. Very young, brilliant. And if you wear the Pharmalat brand, you're as our mother has said, you're a phenomenal person. Doing brilliant work, moving Kaduna up and down. Kaduna, they said Dr. Tola pushed. I said, okay, relax. This is Dr. Kola now. We are colleagues. She's now a CEO, right? So we said, start up yours. The same thing we do with Dr. Makinde in Mina, having their own practice. And we said, well, we will give you the funding to get your first year rent. We will give you all the product support. Their own is not really capped like that. But we'll look at them, and said, okay, put up your structure, and then we have everything that it needs. don't need to go anywhere we are set up ourselves, right? All the inventory, vaccines, drugs, food, we all have them in like, you cannot exhaust us at this moment. So it was just a delight to have. So Dr. Tola, can you stand up? She was our partnership and growth manager for Kaduna. Dr. Makinde, please stand up. Partnership and growth manager for Mina. Dr. Elizabeth, she's in the headquarter. She's in the headquarter, partnership and growth manager in our headquarter. Dr. Mary Ibadan, partnership and growth manager for Ibadan. And then Dr. Grace, she was one time our chief impact officer. Then you've watched our tech session. She's the one tech class session. Then we have, so while we were closing down our retail business in Lagos, closed down, 2 vets had worked with me for 2 years. And because the changing direction, the retail has to continue. So what we did was that take over the business, and then just for the small structures here and there, we said they should pay us within the course of 2 years. And fantastic people, they've kept to the deal. So we said, okay, there are also vets owning their practice, and we added them to they are currently Dr. Esther, and then of course Dr. Kafi. Dr. Kafi from Uniloren, Dr. Esther from UI, Dr. Sola from Abuja, right? Makinde, which university? Ibadan, Makodi, Tawan, Saka University. Okay, well, Sawan, Saka University. Dr. Grace, Meduguri, right? Dr. Mary, Ibadan, right? Fantastic. So brilliant spread. Then we now added friends of the business. For Dr. Chala, we've been together from school. Stand up. This one is Beto Power. I love this Beto Power. He's one of our partners, very supportive of us. Dr. John, please stand up. He's also one of our partners, brilliantly well. Who haven't I mentioned? I think we're 12. Who's here? Dr. Acho. So I said, Dr. Nancy, please choose one person, Beto. And then she chose Dr. Acho. So you need to thank her. She's the one that single-handedly submitted your name. Then who? Dr. Hart. Dr. Hart, classmate, was my classmate. And then he's starting his practice. That one too, Beto Power. So you see, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So at this junction, let's welcome the MVMA president. We will also welcome the president, and then please let's bring out their checks. But say something, please.
Once, thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. So this is Vetpreneurship 2.0. Like Femi said, you have the opportunity to apply. Next year, we will continue as we began. For the 1.0, people had to apply. There were criteria. But for this second part, as a partner, we have allowed Pharmalab to do it on their own. So MVMA will be doing the 3.0 next year. And then we'll announce, we'll go through the same routine so people can somebody said, work more than you earn. Somebody gave me that book when I was graduating, a small book, and I read it, G. Hopkins. Work more than you earn. Eventually, you will earn more than you work. And this is the truth that we are today. You have labored, you have worked in one way or the other. Today, you are reaping the fruit. And I believe it will continue to be like this. You have given your best, your utmost. I think my greatest joy today is the fact that you guys are veterinarians. Whatever you start today, we cascade in the community. It is another 12 people less in the community that have something of their own. So congratulations to every one of you. The check. So Madam, our president, would like you to join us upstage. So the first is Ojuwo Elizabeth. Please, can you step forward? Come on, stand.
She's already a millionaire.
The second,
Congratulations.
Dr. Makinde Ifeoluwa Charity.
Dr. Makinde. Congratulations. 1 millionaire.
And the third, Mbeke John, Dr. Okay.
Dr. John Mbeke. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Then we have Manuel.
Dr. Grace Manuel is there. $1 millionaire. So this is they used to talk about who wants to be a millionaire. It's what Farmalat is doing now.
Okay, we have Dr. Ochala Aduku.
Dr. Adiku Ochala. Congratulations.
Okay, so I'd like to call Professor Fashina to do the next. Thank you so much, ma'am. We're still going to call you to say a word when we are done. Dr. Adejuwon Adetola.
Dr. Adetola, congratulations.
Dr. Mary Olopade, where are you?
Dr. Mary, congratulations. Who edit? Somebody wrote on our college platform. One professor came there and said, edit or delete. So edit. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Gani, we have 4 people, sir, online. So I don't know how you want to present. Maybe just say a word concerning those 4 persons. They're online, at least so they can know that.
Dr. Gani put me on his online mentorship. So doing online business is easy for him. Go ahead.
Let me, on behalf of Farmalat, congratulate the winners online. Your hard work has earned you 1 million each. Yes. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations, online community.
Okay, just hold on, sir. Mark, can you please come with Prof? Let's just take a picture with. Can we all come forward, please? Sorry, sir, please.
Yes. Please, the one that bears your picture is what you're holding. I was standing on my own. They are the one that came and joined me, so I will join.
Sorry, acting registrar, please join us. Apologies. Dr. Fadipe, please. Dr. Grace Samuel, CMD. Pardon me, please step forward. Okay, thank you. All awardees, please, can we just stand with
Only
with
awardees
Only
with the
awardees.
president and the CEO of Farmalat.
Okay, Kayode,
Dr. Femi,
can we move a bit?
please, you can spread out a little bit.
Let's stand the award like this. No, you can put it this way. On the ground. On the ground. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Start up. You can now sit down. The rest of us may be seated. On Saturday, I was privileged to coordinate scholarship for 53 students back home. And then we are here today. And we had the opportunity to guide the recipient because this season is very close to Christmas. Some people will say, let me just take 100,000 and do Christmas for my mother, and next year we'll make it up. No. So for that reason, the president of NVMA, the chief executive officer of Farmalat, has graciously appointed the president of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria to offer a word of advice and counsel to the new millionaires. Please put your hands together for them.
So my own role is to tell them not to use the money for Christmas. Right? Anyways, they are all adults. And they have done well for themselves. They have, on their own, they realize that they have grown big enough to be on your own, to start your own business, right? It's like I still want to, as a mother, I always want to give example of children. If your child comes, if he's a boy, he says, I have seen a beautiful girl I want to marry. We start making preparation. You marry, you go to your house. We know that you are ready to now be a husband and a father. And next time, maybe even a grandfather. That's how we all started. Still here saying that Femi has done something very phenomenal and unusual. We're just talking by the side. Dr. Gani is one of the few early veterinarians to start veterinary private practice. And this is something new we are seeing. A very beautiful relationship between the mentor and the mentees, between the boss and his staff, saying that you've done very well with him. There's no problem with you standing on your own. He's supporting you. Usually, it's a two-way traffic of the bad blood that goes on when somebody is moving on. Either from the boss, he said you have stolen his money, you are starting a business, or you have stolen clients, and so on. Or it is from the young vets that are going, they now go and say, you see, my Oga, he doesn't know the work. He used to charge you 10 naira for vaccination. Me, I'll give you for 7 naira. Is that not true? So that is how the bad blood starts, the fight starts. But I know that I don't have to tell you, you have friends, you have colleagues that have worked elsewhere, and they will also share their experiences. This is a very unique opportunity. I'm not going to tell you don't do Christmas food with this. You have to do Christmas, but I know you're also already prepared for Christmas for your families. That this money is for investment. You see, Femi is a very diligent, when it comes to business and minding money, I know him, he's my son. I know he will have an M&E system of knowing how far you are going. And all of us are here, yeah, as your grandmother. Because since you are my son's children, that means you are my grandchildren. So I know that there will be a mechanism to check of how judiciously you are going to invest this. The money is meant for investment. I know Christmas money has already been budgeted for from the profit that you have had in the other business. This one is for you to inject it back into the business to add to to strengthen your business. And I believe very deeply in my heart that all of you are very responsible. That is not, this money is not for Christmas God. That is for you to develop yourself, and we'll be watching you. You will grow by the grace of God, mentor some other persons. One day you also call us, that you are also touching the lives of other young veterinarians. Because it is not just for you to go and then ignore what you have been taught. That you have learned something very, very beautiful from Farmalad, from Dr. Femi, and that you are going to replicate it. Because that is the idea. And that is why I keep insisting, still insisting, that this thing that we are doing today should be escalated so that people will understand, will know. And you are supposed to be these agents of change. That out of how many of them total? 10? 12. So by the time each of you do 12, well, sometimes when you are now grounded like Femi, so in the next 5 years, if in the next 5 years, Femi is distributing these millions, so we are expecting you by the grace of God that this thing will replicate. And in the next 5 years, you call us to come, and also that you are touching lives. Me, I'm going to follow you. In 12 years, that time, in 5 years, by that time, most likely I'm retired or I'm about to retire. So I have enough work, enough time to watch. And I know all of us here will watch. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for your kind words. I think, yes, before we will ask them to take their checks to the bank, one of them will respond on behalf of all of you. And maybe you can put your heads together quickly to appoint the representative who will speak on your behalf. But before you speak, I am itching and very, very in a hurry to introduce, you know, for those of us who are married, Madam President, if your wife doesn't give you good home landing, soft landing, you cannot plan. You really cannot plan. And it is on that note that I want to very especially acknowledge the wife of the CEO, who I believe was not here earlier because of item 7, that she is preparing for us. Put your hands together for, I call her Dr. Mrs. Margaret Femi John Kayode. Ma, can you rise for recognition? Thank you. We watch your story, your testimony. When you ask him to take break, you know, great take break. You are supposed to, but I'll leave that one. So please, who have you appointed to give the vote of thanks? Thank you very much. University of Ibadan, you know.
The President, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, I greet you, Ma. Our distinguished guest, Professor Fashina, Dr. Steve Ogidan, Dr. Enaoro, the President NPME, Dr. Arukoyo, the CEO of Farmalad, Dr. Femi Kayode, our Registrar, Dr. Fadikbe, Country Managing Director, Madam Grace, and everyone. We are short of words. We really want to say thank you. We are so grateful. We are so, so grateful. I'm a cryptocurrency enthusiast, and something happened with Bitcoin recently. Bitcoin got to $100,000. And in crypto world, they used to talk about low market cap and moon. Now, the low market cap is supposed to be the value as at when something just started, maybe a particular cryptocurrency coin. And the moon is when they feel it has reached its peak. And I want to believe that what we are holding in our hands is like a market cap. For some of us, it's a low market cap. For some of us, it's a high market cap. But if we are going to moon in cryptocurrency world, we have to hold whatever challenges that comes our way, whatever we are facing, we have to keep going. Bitcoin was, I think at initial stage, about $1. Some people held it from then till it got to $100,000. And I still want to believe that up till now, some people believed Bitcoin is yet to reach its peak and they are still holding. So that means if Farmalert has come this far and they believe they have not gotten anywhere, definitely a lot of us in the next 10 years, by the special grace of God, will do you proud and will still keep going by the special grace of God. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. When I said the University of Ibadan, somebody said first and the best. Well done, oh. President of AVMA, Zaria, they did shout. Okay. Very quickly, we acknowledge Dr. Helen Oputa, who arrived. Madam, you're welcome. Thank you especially for making our time. Now, we may take your seat. Take your seat. If you need security, let us know. So we are going to cutting of the cake. You try to let us arrange the anniversary cake so that we can cut it. Madam President said something when she was talking that when you have a child is of age to get married, if it's a boy, he will go and say he has seen a beautiful flower, he wants to pluck it. I think the Igbo people like that adjective very well. They will go and tell the in-law, I have seen a beautiful flower in your compound and I have come to pluck it. I don't have problem if the girl is beautiful. But if the girl is not beautiful, please, they should stop using the same language. They should say, we have seen chuku chuku in your house, we have come to weed it. It must be beautiful. Is the cake not too high? Higher, higher. All right, no problem. So now, yes, go ahead, caller.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is the cutting of cake. And then to do this is no other person than our Chief Financial Officer, Miss Blessing Onolapo. Put your hands together for Miss Blessing Onolapo.
Miss Blessing, it's your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's our 50th year anniversary, and that's why we have this big cake in front of us. So we have our products, our fast-moving products here. We have Topline, we have Booster, we have Optimax, we have Ivomec, we have Sigma, we have Optima Scan, and the bag. Then we have our other expressions of Farmalert. We have Eggs of Hope, Project Sadakat. We have it here. Driven by data, it's here. And we have our product, and it's our 50th anniversary. And that is why we are all here. Thank you very much.
So we invite the CEO to please come forward for the cutting of the cake. Dr. John Femi Kayode. You are looking for CEO, another CEO. It did not change. Yes, to accompany him to cut the cake. I saw somewhere they wrote the former managing director. What do you mean by that? Yes, no, under Madam Margaret, they wrote former something. former Deputy Vianney, please come. The president of the council, the NVMA president, you participate in cutting this cake. As a matter of fact, members of the high table, you connect to Grace, you connect to the support, you support them as you've been supporting them to cut the cake. Please, can you join them to cut the cake? So, Femi, you do meeting with your wife. Country Managing Director, Dr. Grace, please come. You will do a meeting. Let me know how you want us to cut this cake. The number of years, the number of expansions. Is it the spelling of Jesus? Do a meeting with your wife and tell me what you want us to use. Yeah? All the chiefs that are here, please join in the cutting of the cake. All the chiefs. The registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria has to be here. Chiefs that are here, even if it's chieftaincy title you have, please come. Chief is chief. Yes. Yes, a village chief. Dr. Femi, please approach. Put your hand on the knife. Country MD. Join. Thank you. Yes. Okay. All right. Put your hand on the cake. Put your hand on the cake. Femi, you've not told us how you want it cut to. Is it spelling something or number of years or something? Eh? Eh? Built. B. Okay, built. All right, so we're going to cut the cake by spelling the word built. So give me letter B. Give me letter U. A very loud I. A resounding L. And a thunderous T. What have you spelled? Build. So we're going to continue building this company and this brand. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll continue to build people. Yes. Thank you. Let us return to our seats. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Please, Blessing, come and arrange the cake. DJ, wait. I've attended a lot of weddings, Dr. Gani, where we just cut cake and that's the end of the story. You will not see the cake again. Now, people who don't attend wedding will go to chop the cake for house. So we want to chop this cake here. So while they are taking it away, dismembering the cake so that we can have pieces to chew, the video that we miss, many of us, is going to play back. So please give us the history of Farmalife from 2019 to date, some of the interviews, some of the difficulties. Somebody saw Femi's picture and was saying, "Kai, Femi really look tired though." Now he's looking fresh. One thing that has not changed is that hair has refused to grow on his head.
November 2019, we opened up our first store, although a retail store, but because sometimes you start something big from where you are, we had a global vision, but we started from more like a veterinary clinic with a retail store in Eleko in Lagos.
We had some funds. We had about, give or take, 2 million naira to start the business. We rented a store for 500,000. We did some demarcations, the lab, the pharmacy, and then the administration with like 500,000. And then we did some other jobs. And we were left with just 300,000 naira to buy stock for the business. And then that's how we started.
I remember vividly the joy on our face the day we opened up to customers to come in. And I think we ran that phase for almost a few months. We got some immediate traction. And by 2021, we were set to start expanding. Because what drove the first opening in Eleko then was that communities exist without animal health care centers that are operated in an excellent fashion. If we can create this one and we run it successfully, then we can go to other communities.
My name is Precious Anazie, and I worked with Farmalat in 2019. I worked as a customer care representative, and I also managed stocks and made sure that the accounts balanced. My time at Farmalat was great. The customers were amazing. We grew when I started at Farmalat, it was just a one store at Soralum Filling Station in Eleko. And by the time I left, in the space of 18 months, we had a new branch at Ekpe. And one thing that stood out for me that was very significant in my stay at Farmalat was that Dr. Kayode was always casting the vision, always holding trainings, and just letting us know where the store was going to, having our buy-ins and all that, and that was very significant. And since I've left Farmalat, those are some of the things that I've taken with me that have helped me in my current career path. I've used vision casting over and over again. I have a growth plot for my life and for the places that I work to. I set my goals and I aim to achieve them because of these experiences. It was such an awesome time, great colleagues, great work environment, and yeah, overall, it was good. Bye.
Last week I was looking at my jotter and I saw that I wrote then when we started that first store that then we're combining Vetco and Farmalat, that the Vetco will be about the largest retail chain of veterinary stores across the country. And I was surprised that I wrote 500. So we're going to have 500 retail centers as chains of veterinary clinics across the country. But again, that was the force that drove us to open the second center, which was in Ekpe, still in Lagos. Then we opened Elerambe, so that's about our third retail center. Then we opened in Ijebu-Ode. And I think in one of those locations also, we had about 5 retail centers there. So it was, I think, when we got to Ijebu-Ode, I realized what it took, what it will take, right? Having a lot of people, the capital nature of having retail centers. But I think what broke me down was that my leadership wasn't strong enough then to manage those 5 centers. I was constantly breaking down, getting home late. My wife was pretty very worried around my health and a few things around me then.
One thing about Dr. Femi Kayode is the fact that he's a go-getter. He's somebody I call an idea kind of human being, an idea person, an idealistic person. He's somebody that he can sleep and wake up with an idea, and the next thing on his mind is execution. Not minding if it's going to choke him up, or if it's going to, bring him stress or bring him down. And that's one thing I admire about him, because he's someone who doesn't take no for an excuse. And then, when the business started and, we had to do everything ourselves, it took a toll on him and his health, and I was really worried. I had to tell him to take a break. I had to ask him and beg him to take a break, which he declined. And this is just for a singular reason. He did not want to fail again. He did not want to disappoint the community again. So he put himself out there, irrespective of however he was feeling or however his health was.
So I asked myself, and I'm always accustomed to the fact that I sit down and, up till now I do it. I asked myself, is this thing working? So I said, if we own 5 retail centers and I'm this stressed, what will happen? If 5 becomes 500, it means I will melt, right? And you will not find me anywhere among those retail centers. Because the funny thing, I was waking up, although I wanted to transform animal health, but I was waking up with quite a lot of worries those days. But something transformational happened when we got into one community. We met somebody, and that was in Djibouti. We met somebody in Djibouti that was already serving that community. The moment he heard that we are coming into that community, he got worried, and then we had a lot of agitation. So I wasn't just thinking about how do I grow this business. I was also thinking about how do I outcompete someone. So, but I was already an Ashoka fellow, and Ashoka taught us a lot around collaborations. So I asked myself, instead of competing with this person, how can I help him instead? And that was when the idea around owning distribution centers was born. So why don't we, first of all, I was stressed. Secondly, there was competition. Why don't we have centers that support these people who support the community? Right? It just simply makes sense. That was a whole lot of an aha moment for me. I just felt like, don't compete, collaborate. So, but again, how do we now start this whole thing? How do we get to distribute? Having a veterinary store was capital intensive. Having a distribution center was a lot more capital intensive. And at this moment, I really want to thank BI, Boehringer Ingelheim. Boehringer Ingelheim has been our biggest support. I really can't imagine what we would have done or where we would have been without the support of BI. They gave us a grant funding, 50,000 euros. That was quite a lot of money, right? We picked up that 50,000 euros. We experimented a little bit during our pilot phase. They thought it was successful, and they gave us a whopping 150,000 euros again. So it was quite easy to start the first distribution center because of the funding we got, and we experimented. Abuja turned out to be immediately very successful, but unfortunately, again, we got more demand of what we were doing. The margins were small, we got more demand, so we were breaking down. And that began a very stressful 6 to 8 months journey for us. People calling us, getting disappointed. We could not replenish our stocks. We were almost breaking down, and it was pretty very tough.
First of all, I want to do a shout out to BI. I want to say thank you for all their support, because the brand, the global brand we are seeing today is courtesy of Ashoka and BI. And this is because they bought into the idea, and then they saw the hard work we had put in, and then they supported us full time. But before the support came, it was a roller coaster of struggle, emotion, and thoughts. Because Dr. Femi Kayode is somebody that doesn't like to fail. I'll say it again. So for the time being, when we were expecting, what we were expecting, I saw him, like, it shook him to the marrows. It shook him a lot. It shook him. The pressure was high, and then people started talking again. But when you have faith is evidence of things hoped for and substance of things not seen. They were faithful that these people, our sponsors, were going to turn up for us, and then we are glad that they have supported us this far.
Again, we said we're going to open more distribution centers, just like the way it happened with the retail centers. We were breaking down, now we're breaking down also. One of those days I said, okay, so let's close the retail centers, let's concentrate all our efforts on the distribution center. And so we did, but even at that, we could not cope with the demands that were coming. Our overheads were high, and it was really a very stressful period for us. Then DI came in again. And that's why, our story in Parmalat, our journey, won't be complete without the help of DI. So we got the big funding. And now we think we can cover the entire Nigeria. We have around 6 distribution centers now. We have in Abuja, we are We have in Lagos. We're ramping up Ibadan to be a mega center. We have in Kano. We have a distribution center in Kano. We have in Taraba. And to mark our 5th year celebration, we're launching open on the 3rd, our Port Harcourt Center. I believe that by the time you'll be watching this video, we should must have started distributing animal health solutions in Port Harcourt.
And I remember Dr. Kayode Femi. He came to Kaduna, and that was the last place I was working with, Vetco Diagnostics in Kaduna. So he came to learn some of the, the laboratory techniques, because he had plans to open up an animal laboratory outlet in Lagos. So he came just to understudy what we do and how we carry out our procedures. And it was a welcoming, I think that was the first time I met him, other than the fact that I knew that he was the youngest sitting member of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. And it was really a pleasure to, finally put a face to the name. And then after that, my boss then, Dr. Usman, reached out to me to say, Dr. Kayode is going to call you. Dr. Kayode was doing one program on YouTube. I can't remember the name. Masterclass. So Dr. Usman asked me to come on board as the guest veterinarian to talk about laboratory procedures. I was nervous as hell. It was like, God, how can I be on camera? I'm going to be on YouTube with millions of people watching. But Dr. Kayode, I just tell you, you'll be fine. Nikita, don't worry, you'll be fine. Just get prepared, make sure that your scripts are ready. You're even going to, and then I think what got me was he said, you're going to show us a live practical session of maybe sample collection or something. I was like, God, how do I even, how do I compose myself to do this? But yes, I did. And that was my first time on camera speaking to the veterinary community. And I confidently was able to collect the samples and also display some of the laboratory technique procedures. Anyways, fast forward to when I started working with Parmalat. But we got talking and I told him that I've resigned from my previous space. And he was like, oh, okay, so what's your plan? I said, I don't really have any, I just want to rest for now and then re-strategize and then come out. He said, I have a job for you. I said, okay. We scheduled a meeting, I think 3 or 4 days after that conversation. And he told me this was what he wanted me to do, community engagement manager for Parmalat. I'm like, God, what is even, that's the first time I heard of that portfolio, community engagement. I was like, what am I going to do? What's my job description? I was just anxious and restless. I remember my husband saying to her, wait and see your employment letter, and then I'm sure your job description will clearly be stated. And then that was how I started. It was a journey it was an undulating journey, up and down. At the beginning, I remember how fast my heart would race when it's time for end of month review meetings. Oh my God, I remember the first month, I'm sure they were patting me on the back. They're like, baby girl, go to sleep, you'll be fine. And then the second month, and then the third month, I received the gbas-gbos of my life. And then I was like, God, I panicked. I think I was even angry. I think I even wrote a resignation letter. I did. Showed my husband to help me vet that I'm resigning. I'm not going to do it. Shame, I'm trying my best. Can't you see that I'm trying? My husband said, you are trying. But if this is what he wants you to do, I cannot do it, then you're not trying in this. So why don't you align everything you're doing with what he wants you to do? Be result-oriented. This is the result. I remember then Dr. Kayode would say, numbers. The numbers are not adding up. And I'll be like, even if numbers are not adding up, can't you see that I'm working? But then I'll ask myself again, if you don't have data to show, how many people will you tell on the street that I'm doing it, I'm doing it? It has really been a nice journey for me, honestly, a journey of growth, literally. I met amazing people who treat each other as family. Though I work remotely, I'm that one staff that works remotely, but I feel connected to every other physical employee in Parmalat. Parmalat has been an integral part of my growth. It has given me this confidence. And these days, I speak and I don't even care who is listening, right? That stage fright is gone, that audience fear is gone, and you just are vocal and you can express yourself, you can communicate clearly, either verbally or orally. So for me, my journey in Farmalat has been an amazing one.
I started Farmalat as the only associate, we call ourselves associates here in Abuja, only person. So I was working remotely until we finally moved to Abuja. So Farmalat is a place where you learn, you work, and you learn. So I've been able to learn a lot, to be a leader, to grow, and to be focused. The experience so far has added a lot of impact in my life. I could see visible changes in the way I think, the way I talk, the way I solve problems, and the way I handle tasks.
Started as an accountant, and I struggled a little because I've never really worked as an accountant in a firm that is profit making. So where I worked last, it's a non-profit making organization. So when I came, it was a bit of struggle for me. I had to put accounts together. I remember my first task was to prepare financial statement for 2021 and 2022. Doctor gave me 1 week. I could not sleep. I worked overnight. It was really stressful, but it stretched me. And I had to research on a whole lot of things that I had no idea. You know, what you learned in school is not really what you do in real life, right? So I had to struggle with a lot, but my reports kept improving. I kept working on it. I had to put together a Google Sheet for a monthly report just to bridge a lot of gaps, to work on risk, and you know, it's just a whole lot.
Farmalat has really been it has really have a huge impact in my life, because I can't say, apart from just working here in Farmalat and then giving them my own input, I think I've had a lot of input more from them, because so many things I'm learning today, so many things I'm gaining today are even more than what I'm being paid for, because especially our CEO is intentional about our growth. You understand, in terms of our experience, in terms of what we want to do, in terms of our exposure, is very intentional, and this is something that I would really love, or this is something that I love. You know, working here also in Farmalat. And to be frank with you, I don't think I've opened my CV in a while thinking of modifying it, or thinking of looking for another place to pitch my tent or look for a job. You understand? But Farmalat has given me that rest of mind that yes, this is a breeding ground for me to build on my experience. And I want to really appreciate everyone, the associates, and everybody that has also been instrumental in my growth so far, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Farmalat has helped me to grow in terms of my leadership skills. I've been able to challenge myself to read books, to understand people better, to get closer to people in order to feel what they feel, to be able to relate with them better, and also to lead better.
Oh yes, Farmalat has really done a lot for me. I thank God before now I never even knew I would be in Abuja. Not to even talk of bringing my family. When I came to Abuja, the space of 3 months, I brought my family, and I think I'm living happily with my family today. It has really done a lot for me, and I will continue to be grateful to Farmalat. I've decided to even drop my CV. I'm no more looking for anywhere. This is my last bus stop, my last destination. I am okay where I am, and I believe Farmalat will grow more than this again. That one day all this will come an issue for us, and we'll live to enjoy this.
Farmalat has impacted my life in some ways. I've learned that I have to grow. I don't have to stay where I am always. Every day I have to see new things that will push me ahead.
I get the honor of Farmalat, as Farmalat helped me, because where I did before God said the change now they collect for that my former fucking place. But as I come enter Farmalat, and again I bless. Farmalat bless me, God bless you. Thank you, sir. Well done. I will try. Thank you, sir.
It's been a journey filled with a lot of learning, growth, and how do I put it now? Love, yeah, because I mean, I've met very great people. So with what I'm doing now, right, I wouldn't have actually believed I could be someone who would want to focus on customer satisfaction or marketing or even the vet business generally, because while in school, I was actually that kind of person. If I enjoy surgery a lot, I did enjoy surgery a lot. And I really thought after school that was what I was going to venture into. But I mean, look at me. What I'm doing now, I really enjoy doing it. I love to talk to people. I love to see that I'm talking to you and then all of a sudden you're picking a product because we had a conversation about this product, and then you feel that it's something you can actually take home or take to your pet store, and then you sell it to your own clients. So it's been an amazing journey of growth, and I am happy to be in Pharmalat.
I think Pharmalat is pretty very comfortable now. Nothing is stressing us. Maybe by the time we start going to other African countries, we could be a little bit stressed, but we have enormous responsibility on our shoulders to ensure that all agrovet stores, all veterinary clinics across the country at least can depend on us for the infrastructure that we've built to have all their animal health solutions, both vaccines, both drugs, both feed, both accessories, equipment. So we're on it. The journey has just started for us, and of course, we're going to take it to where it needs to be until we become a pan-African company that is providing Africa's largest infrastructure to supply animal health solutions across the continent. I'm not sure if I want to end this talk without talking about the amazing associates that we have. So one day I sat down and I asked myself, so what do people think about me? Am I stressful? Am I mean? Am I, sometimes you fall into some identity crisis where you bother about what people think. And but I think what drove me into asking myself those questions was, we can literally go far with the right set of people around us. And we would not be able to have the right set of people around us until I be the right kind of leader that the business deserves. So I was a lot more introspective around what impacts are we having? Do we have the right set of people? Are we growing? So it's safe to conclude that we are where we are because of the quality of people we have, their dedication, their commitment. I said in one of the meetings, we're a young group of people that is self-governed, right? The average age of people working in Pharmalat is 25. To have that level of average age and have us supply or be the backbone of over 1,000 agrovet stores, soon to be 6,000. One of the top grants in animal healthcare in Nigeria, and I presume within another 1-2 years in Africa. And to have this young set of people, self-governed, disciplined, committed, what else do you want to ask God for? So today I want to say thank you to all who committed to the journey.
The best part of you is you don't have to try. You are magnificent the way that you are. If I had to choose, I'd choose you all again. The best part of this is that you are mine. The best part of this is that you are mine.
Please, can we turn on the lights? Let's put our hands together for Parmalat. Hey. Please increase this. My mic is slow. The mic don't increase more. All right, so thank you very much. This was basically to bring us to speed. Those who missed this video, it's very inspiring video. I watched one comedy and someone said he studied mechanical engineering, but he can no longer locate crankshafts. Instead, he's cracking jokes. Somebody in that video say he was good surgeon, now it's market, so it's a surgical marketer. And a lot of us are learning from this process. If the idea is dropped, please don't let it die. We are now going to invite Dr. Femi to give his closing remarks. On the program is 7 minutes, but those 7 minutes we are supposed to begin by 12:50. So for that reason, it may not be so. So thank you very much. Yes, so we invite Dr. Femi to give us his closing remarks, after which we'll take a vote of thanks and then closing prayer. Thank you. Thank God the cake is back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. So I've been given 7 minutes, but let me rush this through for 5 minutes. But there are a few stories I need to quickly say. I always say I'm a product of people's kindness. NTA invited me outside and they asked me, what drives me? So I told them it's simple. I'm not that smart and I recognize that weakness. I'm here because people were kind to me. And it's only normal to give back that kindness that you have received. And the first person I quickly want to thank. So in 2019, the world was turning on its head for me. First of all, I was owing 5 years, 17 million naira in debt. I managed to secure the voting right for hosting Kogi 2019. Of course, a few issues within that hosting, and looks like the world is turning against me. You know, my wife, you watched the video, she knows everything. She knows everything. So I was literally breaking down. So when the community, and I worked really very hard for the 2019, and then that hard work wasn't that appreciated by a few set of people because, of course, a few numbers were not adding up, which I understood how and why. So I one day sat down and said, okay, initially I didn't even want to study veterinary medicine. I also did not even want to practice veterinary medicine. I, in split seconds, wanted to just make up my mind to go do some other things. You can always succeed, regardless of your profession. Though veterinary medicine is good, but you can always turn it into success. You can be a mechanic and be a successful mechanic. You can be a comedian and be a successful comedian. Extremely very successful. I actually made that decision, but for one person. How she got the instinct. So not like I had any credibility with her. I didn't. The whole thing was turning. But somebody held my hand. Somebody held my hand. And today, I want to thank her. The dream would have been aborted when it was a seed. But you guided it. I am here today for your kindness. So thank you for holding my hands, ma'am. I'm very. Farmalat owes you a debt of gratitude. Thank you. So the second person I want to thank you. Thank you. I wouldn't have been a vet again for her sake. That was it. I was going to leave. I was going to leave. Thank you, ma'am. And our story won't be that tiny moment nobody saw. You see it now, but it could have sunk. Somebody held us up. And thank you, ma'am. We will never forget that. Another person I want to deeply thank is Dr. Moses Arora. At the point of hearing what everybody is celebrating now, you know, the person who was leading, she spoke earlier on selling. She doesn't know us from anywhere. So at the point of going to go and defend the investment race, I didn't know she secretly called Dr. Moses. I already know that I'm not that smart. At the point of going there to go and defend us wholeheartedly, she secretly called Dr. Moses. She said, I'm going to the board to defend Farmalat, but I need a final assurance from you that I can go full chest to defend Farmalat. That split-second conversation raised us $1 million. That split-second conversation raised us that money. And we will not fail you, sir. I don't feel like a CEO. I feel like somebody that wears a responsibility not to let people down. It's not time to enjoy. I keep telling my wife, you know, sometimes I said, I wish I don't have more work. But there are people who have put their neck for me. If I fail them, wouldn't it be bad? Where do you want to go to? Your village? There's nowhere to go to. Dr. Moses, I want to thank you for your support. I want to thank you for your confidence and for speaking where it matters most about us. What else do I say about our advisory board chairman? I've been fortunate. So it is not me that's a professor. And by the way, small confession, I've not finished my master's. 3 years now. I have not finished. Mama has said I should join a fellowship. Don't forget, I'm not too. I might not finish. So when professors shares an ordinary doctor's post, it is the weight of their weight that you are seeing. It's not my weight. It's not my weight. Prof, sir. And he has like 2 or 3 PhDs. So even if your post is stupid, by the fact that his signature is on the post, everybody will just be liking. And then I'll be saying, yo, man. Thank you for making me a brilliant figurehead. Thank you. I look so good in people's presence just because you stamp our post, and he has driven by data, led by Dr. Eugenia. Brilliant. Thank you. Let me also thank Dr. Arora. You know, while he was stating his story, he shared, you know, again, you can go that far when you steal their experience. I spent 2 days asking, where did you fail? Where did you succeed? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You have them, and all of them here are occupying brilliant positions that we hope to aspire. You know what you need to do? Drop all your feathers, drop all your ego, and stay on their shoulders and bend your head like this. I am here. You Thank you so much. You're there. And then what do I say of Dr. Steve Ogidan? Let me tell you how he started, sir. I was in Mamana's house, and then she was making a call. And it was your call she was on. And something happened. I think you did something. And while she was talking, she said, I am the successory. I quickly googled successory. I saw your profile. So I now met her. I said, please, help me talk to him so that he can take me under his shoulder. The rest, they say, is history. The vision that you see, can't you see? I wish you listen to our team's presentation, Dr. Nancy, Dr. Eugenia, you see how nice those slides are. We spent 1 week in his company. He changed our vision. He refined it. And by the way, we are on 1 week retreat. He's the one leading our business strategy. I am not too smart. I just have a way of ensuring that smart people have their stamp on it. Thank you for being our strategy coach. Thank you for being our leadership coach. We are grateful. To all our partners, thank you so much. The figures are good and the figures are looking better because you keep calling. Please, I can sit down here. There's no pride. Don't keep calling. If there's any issue, you have. We've been trained that whatever it is, we might not be able to change overnight, but at least you've seen improvement, right? Thank you. And the improvements are just beginning because after this 1 week retreat with very brilliant minds, we will enter into 2025 with just one commitment to serve you better. Is that okay? Thank you. Now, I cannot end this meeting without thanking the people who wear the brand. I know I'm not that smart, but I know something. I'm lucky, right? So they presented this gift to me. It wasn't part of the agenda. And it's my face on it. And for some reason, they believe we are king of supply. I have just one commitment. Allow my face to be there. But everyone knows I'm just a figurehead, right? You are the one running it. Sir, when was the last time you called me? It's been long. Dougie's room. Sir, when was the last time you called me? It's been long. We have a country managing director that likes to also disappear on the stage. 70 people working in Famala day and night, serving 1,000 people, generating over 2 billion in annual revenue. It is them. Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. For all your commitment, thank you. For all your dedication, thank you. For all your sleepless nights, thank you. For everything, even the trouble I give to you people, thank you. Unfortunately, the trouble is not about to stop. But this is to you. Today's event is for you. That's why I said, let's not invite plenty people. If people are well seated, you see what it is that you're doing. Maybe we can together do more. Thank you so very much. And then please have your seat. I think the last thank you I need to give is the person who has seen it all. Right. You know, I usually do both face, but just a secret in my heart. For the last 13 years, I sleep with one person. See, if you cannot remember anything. You cannot remember business. You cannot remember anything. You have slept. One person sees me sleep for the last 13 years and has not harmed me. She carries my burden. You know, the first few years of our marriage, sometimes I come home very sad. And you know, she told me the last time we quarreled, she was telling me, let me share a small thing. Within these 13 years, she has carried her bag 2 times. She wants to leave for my trouble. I am not the perfect husband. Please come. Thank you for loving me. I am not perfect. I'm not sure if I give her all the support she needs. But each time I wake up and I still find her around, I'm grateful. Thank you, Mommy. She cries when I cry. You saw the video. I didn't even watch it. So they had to, Jerry told me that they had to cut the part that she started crying. How will you cry? For somebody said it. And I'm the one that will go and look for trouble. And then instead of me to tell her that we have gotten to a place where we will rest, we are waking up to go to African countries. How she will cope, I don't know. But thank you. You have me, and then you have me forever. Thank you. To every one of you who has spared time to come, aren't I lucky that you're here to support the brand? We are sincerely grateful. Thank you. The next 5 years is looking promising because how many of us is going to leave us? How many of us will be there supporting us, giving us the best? Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Dr. John Femi Kayode. What he gave was closing remarks. So it's now that we're going to take vote of thanks. Yes, now. See, we must finish this program, or if no problem, we'll feed day. So we invite, when you hold the mic, you can bring some issues up. So we are going to call Madam Margaret to address those issues by thanking everybody. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. He's always putting me on spots. I just like to stay behind the camera, but he will never allow me. It has been a hell of a journey. But in all, we are grateful.
Check. I think this one is louder.
It has been a lot. And when you're married to a man that knows how to take risk, we have not finished one project. You are starting another one. We have not finished that one. You are telling me about another one. Oh, God, take it easy. You say, no, build. In the morning, build. In the evening, build. 3 a.m., build. In the midnight, keep building. And then I'll say, now that you are woke up this morning, what is the next project? Project Sadakat. I say, okay, correct. But it is awesome. It is good to do things differently. It is good to create impact in people's life. And I'm super proud of the kind of person that he is. He's not a selfish person. And I want to just say a very big thank you to everybody. Mamana, you are my mother. I want to say thank you so much, Ma, because you did not allow the seed to die. Because in 2019, it was a whole lot. It was a lot. Like, the story is just in summary, but today we are thanking God because you believed in us. And I want to say, we're never going to disappoint you, Ma. I'm not going to pack my load again. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Dr. Moses, you're my father, even when you support us, I know spiritually you are doing something. You are kabashi. Okay, so just to say, for every member of our team, you all know, I love you big time. Farmalat is a lot of work. It's work. Farmalat is a lot of work, and I'm happy that all of you have owned the business like your own. And I'm super proud for everything we have accomplished together. So this is me saying thank you very much. And I know that we'll keep soaring higher To everybody, all our customers, our partners, thank you for keeping us in business. And I know we will never disappoint you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. You know, in the last few years of anchoring events, 22 years actually, I have seen marriages where during wedding, the husband would carelessly say, "Let my wife say the vote of thanks." My brother, the English I've heard. But now your English is sweet. Put your hands together for her. English is one thing that makes people to mislead others. I was doing event after the event. They didn't give me food, and I'm happy for Farm Alert because you're not sharing food when I'm anchoring. The general problem is that they will not say, "MC, you never chop. Which time I chop?" And sometimes when they even bring the food, they will say, "Sorry, oh, meat don't finish, oh." So thank you very much for not sharing food. When they start sharing, I am on the high table. See where I do. You know, but it's very good to be here, honestly. I couldn't have missed this event. And I don't regret being here. In 2015, I was following a campaign trend. One guy was contesting for governor in my state. He was the Speaker of the House of Assembly. His name is Tehementazo. He later became ambassador to Namibia. And there's something he said that has played out here today. He told us that as you're following my campaign trend, watch what you say. Because 99% of the time where decisions are taken about you, you won't be there. And you've heard what Femi said. Dr. Moses Arokoyo could have said, leave that one. Oh. 2019 Congress will never collect report if we not give out now. No. And trust me, we won't be here today. So your conduct, what you say and how you say it is very important. And I want to thank Dr. Moses for his unwavering support for young people. Even the people that have received 1 million, when the decision was taken, you were not. And I heard Madam President say something in one of our continuing education, and by the way, we are registering for another continuing education, that she called one of her classmates that was no longer practicing somewhere, one woman. And the first thing the woman says is that, "What has the veterinary council done for me?" Very discouraging, isn't it? And I've heard that a million times. In fact, I was ejected from one group because somebody was saying the veterinary council has not done anything, the NVMA has not done anything. And I was telling him that, okay, you that know what you can do, come and contest election. The guy got angry and removed me from the group. So they added me. It was Sunday Agada that added me to that group. What was the name of that group again? Diary of a Veterinarian. And the guy is fond of saying things. And when Madam President says she might withdraw license, I just laugh. Even when they are going to withdraw your license, you won't be there when the decision will be taken. So as young people, we need to watch what we say and mind the way we behave. But one thing about Femi that I will say before I call Fadikwe to pray is that all of this, you will still be honest. And that's what the president said. Don't allow people to change your mind. That Kogi is what linked me and him. Because he was the first veterinarian to pay me for MC services. 50,000 in 2019. In 2023, I MC for Lagos. She and no see. When I called Dr. Nasir, he sent me a text that this LOC is in disarray. And the president said, if something is not wrong, 24 hours, we can reconcile. And that happened in just less than 24 hours. They finished the report and he flew back. So there is one thing about truth, no matter how people don't like it. And that's why I am committed. When Femi calls me, anywhere I am, I just feel like coming to attend the occasion because I know I'll learn one thing. I'll learn one thing. I don't learn something, no. And I'll see President, I'll see Madam President. What you will do for me the next time Madam President is doing event, she told you on your 40th birthday, you never call me and it's like, it don't happen, no. So please, we invite Dr. Fadipe to come and say the closing prayer. And the closing prayer is going to be led by the registrar, acting registrar of the council. So from the prayer, a lot of new businesses will be registered in our heart. Can I hear amen? Please put your hands together for Dr. Fadipe.
Shall we pray, please? Our Father and our God, we thank you. We're grateful because we thank you, Lord of God, because everything committed to you has always worked out well. Father, thank you because we have succeeded even in today's meeting. Be thou exalted, Lord, in Jesus' name. Ancient of days, we want to thank you because when you are there, and it can only be grace that has seen us thus far.